The meeting is called to order. And Dr. Day, Pledge of Allegiance, please.
All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Next is approval of agenda. Is there a
Move that we modify the agenda to move the what's labeled as Section F, student representative comments up to come right after agenda approval.
I'd second that motion.
So I have a amendment to the agenda on the floor to move item F1 as item D, so that our little kiddos don't have to wait very long for their presentation. Is there a discussion on the amendment?
Well, you said F1. Are we moving just F1 or all of F?
All of F.
All of F.
All of F to D. So ladies will be able to present. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll for the amended agenda? Right?
Mr. Gilio,
Yes.
Mr. Andrews,
Yes.
Mr. Trost,
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes?
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
Yes.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul.
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Item F now becomes item D. Dr. Edwards?
So at our last board meeting, we had a little bit of weather, so we had to cancel the student presentations, and we rescheduled them for tonight. So we actually have 6 student groups that are presenting tonight, representing the Linkhorne campus, the Sandusky campus, and of course our 2 high schools. So we are going to kick it off with Sandusky Elementary School, and we have from the SCA, Kevin Larkins, Zamarian Hilton, Brianna Torrance, Raiden McCoy, Krishan Morris, Kavion Ray, and Grace Hernandez, along with, I saw him here, Principal Womack. Somewhere.
He's right.
Okay.
So give me a microphone, I'll always have a whole lot to say, but I know you all did not come here to hear me talk this evening. But I'm so very proud and honored to present to you all the Sandusky Elementary School Student Council Association, who have a brief presentation for you on this evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Good evening, school board members. We are the Student Council at Sandusky Elementary School. Our school motto is, we do it better when we do it together. We are proud to be the home of the Spartans. Our mission is being aware of the uniqueness and potential of each and every student. The entire Sandusky Elementary family will cooperatively strive throughout the elementary years to develop the whole child into a responsible, productive, and successful student.
This town hall was a meeting held with parents, students, and community members. It told us to be strong and not give up when things are tough. The words of the song we sang during the town hall said we can get through hard times together and become even stronger. The point of the meeting was to tell everyone that we won't quit when things are hard. Instead, we will help each other and stay together like a team.
How we love to celebrate Spartans at SES is we have a Reader of the Month program, which who teachers will pick a student who has been great in reading. In second quarter, we had 61 students with perfect attendance and 160 who earned honor roll or scholar roll. 80% of the kindergarten through 3rd grade went up at least a grade level on PALS. And 100% of the 4th and 5th graders improved on doubles. We have some amazing field trips this year also. We have traveled to Amazement Square, the Marriott Art Museum, and FunQuest so far this year. We also will be going to Step Africa to the Academy tomorrow morning.
have had a lot of fun throughout the year, like when the mayor came and read to all of the grades in December. We had Feast on a Good Book and Math Night in November. October was a very busy month, with Glow Reading Night, the book fair, the annual book character fashion show, and a pumpkin carving contest. Last but definitely not least, the 1OC and Pacific Life donated STEM kits last spring for all of the students. We love having family and school-wide events at SES, and we would love for you to come be a part of the next SES event.
Upcoming events. Breakfast with Buddies. You can come if you want. 13th and the 15th is to celebrate and have breakfast with your family and friends. Family Fun and Fit Night. March 14th. You can come again too. You can go with your family or your friends to have fun and play games. March Madness Book Tournament is when you can vote on a book when you read at SES, and you have to vote which one's the best, like the Lorax last year. SOL Carnival is a carnival with fun games to help us with our SOL this year. Field Day is to celebrate the last day of school. This is what we love about Sandusky. We love all of our resource classes and teachers. Miss Smith makes gym class fun and does field day. Mr. Kowicki does an amazing talent show and music class. Miss D helps us do great art projects in art class and plans a creative art show. Miss Kennedy set up a wonderful book fair in the fall and is an amazing librarian. We love our staff and our teachers. Mr. Womack is a great principal. The teachers work hard to help us learn and make SAES a great place to be. Spartans are respectful, responsible, and ready. We give out shout-outs to kids and staff that are responsible and helpful with us at school. Mostly Miss Brim.
Thanks for listening. The SCS SEA is the fourth grade representatives are Grace, Brianna, Grayson, Kennedy, Will, and Annabelle. The fifth grade representatives are Kavion, Krishan, Isaiah, and Raiden. The president is me, Kevin, and the vice president is Imarian Hilton.
And board, just, and I do apologize if I am out of order. I saw Grace come in, and I would be remiss if I did not bring her up. She had a part in here, and I will not allow my little baby to cry in the back. So, just greet the school board and tell them what you had to say.
That's perfect.
I have to say it? I have to talk now?
Yep, you, yes, ma'am.
We are all ears, Grace.
Yes.
Good evening, school board. Thank you for being here tonight. I want to talk to you about Sandusky has so many people who need it to stay open. Teachers and staff who have families they need to provide for. Students who have no other options and want good educations and parents who want what's best for students, and Sandusky will provide that education. Sandusky staff, students, and families are always supporting each other. Like when students need support from teachers to keep going and to reach their full potential. And when parents and staff members work together to make sure they are doing the right thing for future generations and giving us a good education. Sandusky is more than just a school. Sandusky is a family who has each other's back.
Okay, all right. Well, I'd like to thank my little Spartans for coming here. And again, I don't know, adults, if you know how hard it is to stand up at that podium and speak to all of these people, and the kids were magnificent. So can we? Okay. Our next student guest reps are still with the Sandusky campus. Across the parking lot, we have Sandusky Middle School, and I believe the rep is Valentina Z. Did I say your name correctly? Hi.
So, first of all, I would like to thank my principal, Dr. Lee, for giving me this amazing opportunity. I'm very honored for her faith in me, and I know she works very hard to make the school something that we students all enjoy. So, SMS. I joined Sandusky in 7th grade, and although I was pretty nervous to start in a brand new school, it was mostly eclipsed by just how excited I was to be back in an in-person school setting after COVID. One thing what really eclipsed any remaining anxiety was that I had already had a friend who attended SMS, and she was able to show me the ropes to my new school. It surprised me how quickly I was able to make new friends and find my place at Sandusky, and that's something that I deeply cherish. I find that my friends tend to be quite competitive, and that encourage us not only to try to improve ourselves, but one another as well. And I really like that learning atmosphere. Something else that I really enjoy about my school is that I have really good teachers, and thanks a lot to their help, I've been able to improve. And thanks a lot to their patience and encouragement, I was able to achieve Scholars List all year round and so far, I'm on the same path this year, fingers crossed. So, one of the things I love about Sandusky is that the amount of after-school programs they provide. Last year, I was able to get on Girls on the Run, while earlier this school year, I was lucky enough to make the volleyball team. Now, I am a part of Tabletop Club, SGA, and student government as treasurer, and I'm a part of Tabletop Club as well. These programs have helped me improve in my hobbies, and I've learned a lot from them, so I'm really glad that I took a chance and tried them out. Overall, I believe that Sandusky Middle School has helped me thrive, not only academically, but as a person as well. Thank you.
So, Dr. Lee, you're hiding back there somewhere. There you are. Dr. Lee, do you want to say anything about your school while we're here?
What?
Dr. Lee.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said, would you like to say a few words about your school?
Oh, absolutely. So, on the spot, absolutely. No, I'm just grateful for students every day that I get to serve. And Valentina is one of the brightest and most respectful young ladies. And if we can produce students like this, I feel that we are serving our community well. I'm just appreciative every day for the opportunity to serve Sandusky community. And I look forward to many more years of us thriving together with community and with students.
Moving across town to the Linkhorne campus, we're going to go to Linkhorne Elementary School, where we have representing Linkhorne Elementary, Karma, Truth, Mariah, Elliot, and Kay, and their principal, Dr. G. Okay. Here she is, Dr. Kozlowski.
Good evening, Lynchburg City School Board members. My name is Elliot Weeby, and I am here with my friends Truth, Kay, Karma, and Mariah. We are from Linkhorne Elementary School and are excited to tell you about some of the fun things that have happened so far this year at our school. Our school has approximately 375 students.
This year, our school's book vending machine this is our school book.
Go ahead and say it, sweetie. Go back up and try it. It's okay. It's okay.
This is our school's book vending machine. Students who are recognized as line learners and line leaders each week get the opportunity to earn a special bookmark for doing something good, helping others, or for working hard in class. Each week, 22 students get a token to choose a book. The thing I like best about it is that there's so many books to choose from, and you get to keep your book.
The book walk is an activity that family and students at Linkhorne Elementary are able to participate in. Students read a book with pages that are placed on large signs along the Blackwater Creek Trail. Everyone has an opportunity to participate in the book walk with their classroom or their family. There were fun activities about the books for students to complete while eating trail mix. Kindergarten through second grade read I Went Walking, while third through fifth grade read The Harvest Moon.
Family and students had the opportunity to come to our Halloween fall open house at night, dressed in costume. Students followed a path through the building and where teachers set up learning stations, and then we would earn a treat. It was really cool with the lights off and all the teachers participating by dressing up and decorating the hallways.
Miss Byrne, our librarian, read a book called Pumpkin Jack to many of grade levels during our library time this fall. It's about a carved pumpkin that rots until the seeds from it grow into a new pumpkin plant the following year. The book taught us about the plant life cycle of a pumpkin. We have our own Pumpkin Jack at school, but some of us call it Pumpkin Splat. It's an ongoing experiment in the library that we get to see each week. Pumpkin Splat is rotting in its container. This spring, we will move it outside to our courtyard, and hopefully next fall, we will have grown another pumpkin.
Thomas Battle, a meteorologist at WSET, visited LES to talk with students about weather science, including how he uses weather tools to collect data to make his predictions.
The LES
LCS Sing-Along is an activity that we do before winter break. It's been a tradition at Linkhorne Elementary. Students get to watch and participate in singing different songs. Our music teacher, Miss Elbaf, is the best. During the 12 days of Christmas, the teachers will even participate by dancing out the song on stage and being silly.
We would like to thank the LCS administration and the Lynchburg City School Board for giving us the chance to come and tell you about some of the fun and exciting things that have taken place at our school so far this year.
I think it is us who need to thank the students for coming here and sharing with us. Dr. G, want to come just say a few words about your school too?
I'm so proud of these 5 fabulous 5th graders for doing such a good job today. It is not easy, and they've been working really hard. I'm proud of them, and of course our instructional coach who helped them, Jan Anderson, she's been great. And yes, we're just so proud of all of our students and our faculty and staff, and it's a great place to be.
We're now moving to the other half of the Linkhorne campus, Linkhorne Middle School, where we have Claudia Arp, Zachary Bauer, James Flavin, and Rizan Vasquez. And I know Dr. Dills is here too.
I'm not any of those people. I just happen to be Jamie Hayes, and I teach 6th grade English at Linkhorne Middle, and these are my students. And on January the 23rd, we had a poetry coffee house night that was extremely successful, so much so that I planned 6 tablecloths, and we had 20 tables in the cafeteria full. So as part of what we did in the classroom, we wrote Where I'm From poems. I did not, they did. And they would like to share these with you, and I think they'll introduce themselves as they go.
Thank you.
I'm Claudia Arp, and this is my Where I'm From poem. I am from Converse high tops, from cooking and baking. I am from late night shopping trips and staying up watching cartoons my little sister can't watch. I am from the satisfying feeling of singing and the sweet sound of song. I am from a place where I can explore my passion for theater. I am from a yes, we still have a record player family. From relaxing weekends when tiny dogs greet me in the morning. I am from a family of 4 and 2 small dogs. From 70s metal and 80s pop. I am from texting and calling my friends on the weekends and learning German on Duolingo. My dad's side of the family is from Germany, and my mom's side is Scot-Irish. I am from a family where my mom is a school librarian and my dad is a physician assistant for wound care, from dance and football. I am from a house where every room has at least a row of books to read, from always learning an instrument and 6 hours of dance lessons every school week. All of this makes up who I am today. Where are you from?
Hi, I'm Rizan Vasquez, and this is where I'm from. I am from a loving family that loves me every day. I am from lasagnas to sweet spaghetti. I come from beautiful sand and scorching hot sand from the crystal blue waters. I am from drinking the pure coconut trees to climbing the coconut tree. What? Can I do it again?
You can. Yeah. You got this. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rizan Vasquez, and this is where I'm from. I come from a loving family that loves me every day. I am from lasagnas to sweet spaghetti. I come from beautiful sand and scorching hot sand. I am from the crystal blue waters. I am from the coconut trees and to drinking pure coconut water. I am from the country that has beautiful and hundreds of and thousands of beautiful islands. I am from very hot summers and to pouring rain in the rainy season. I come from a house full of drawings drawn with permanent pen. I am from the islands that full of beautiful taking sites. I am from a 5-person family that are the best family ever that I could ever have. I come from sweat and hard work. I come from Christmas gifts to the Halloween candy. I am from the culture with amazing and unique street food. I am from the Philippine Islands of Asia. Now let me ask you this. Where are you from?
Hi, I'm Zachary Bauer, and this is my poem, What Lies Beneath. I love the way that the seafloor looks. Coral and shells bring color to the reef. I love it when I see a picture of it in books, but all this wonder lay underneath. I love how colors bounce around my eyes as I look around. I love it when the bubbles rise and all the coral is found. I love it when they flick their tails and dart away. I love it when the fish leave trails of bubbles to sway. So this is why I wish to go to the ocean and see the fish.
Hello, my name is James Flavin. And I'm going to read my poem, Where I'm From. I'm from the crackling and roaring fireplace on cold days, the comforting lull of the Roomba making its rounds at night. I'm from the green fields of Ireland and the concrete sidewalks of Lynchburg. I'm from the sweet smell of my mother's perfume on nights out. I'm from the smell of ozone in the air before a storm and after the feeling of raindrops on my skin. I'm from faking to be asleep just to get 10 more minutes of reading. I'm from my parents' love nurturing me throughout my life. I'm from good times with friends. I'm from opening Christmas presents in Ireland and from crossing my fingers before every report card. I'm from a melting lopsided snowman on every snow day. I'm from a loving, kind family and an opportune school. I'm from resisting a jacket because I'm not cold. And I'm from a melting pot of culture and I am proud of it.
Absolutely, I'd love to say something. Okay, so. Go for it. This is the product of our Rosette Academy, our 6th grade, and this is the first annual poetry reading, unto which we had a ton of kids. And I will tell you one thing, actually I have an 8th grader in the back that's going to speak to you tonight, but when she heard about this, the first words out of her mouth were, why didn't we get to do this? It sounds so much fun. So this is the product of not only the hard work, but also the hard work of our teachers in the Rosette Academy. Also, we have presents for the board because it's the board appreciation.
Little Bird told us it was appreciation, so anyway, y'all can help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Great
don't want
job.
to take up much of your time, but I just need to tell you one thing about the Rosette Academy.
Thank you.
I came out of retirement from North Carolina to be part of the Rosette Academy. That's why I look so young. So anyway, it's wonderful. I love it. I plan on sticking around for a while, so go Rosette Academy.
So let me just say thank you to all of the students, the staff that are here, and of course the parents that support the children, as well as the staff for bringing them here. This was an idea we had last year, and we said, let's see what happens if we just bring younger kids to come and share similar to the way that our high school students have. And it has been absolutely amazing, and it is the bright spot, or one of the bright spots of our school board meetings. And it's just great to listen, learn, and see things that we may not have known were occurring, and just be a part of our children's lives and give them an opportunity to share with us what they're doing every day. So I appreciate that, and I know how much hard work it takes to come up and speak at the podium. And it's okay to be nervous. It's okay to cry. I cried right before I was doing my dissertation. I was so nervous. That is okay. It's just a sign of greatness within you. The fact is, when you go home, you can say, you know what? I came, I did it, I spoke in front of that large group, and you need to be proud about that. And that's where you are, and that's what matters, just being proud about your trying, and that's what we want for all of you. So I thank you all for sharing with us. We're going to switch to our high school students and get our updates from, I think Heritage is first, so Sayla, you're up.
Thank you. So this one is going to be a little bit longer because I'm kind of combining some of last month's stuff since we didn't get the opportunity to come in. But I wanted to start with a quick recap on our winter athletics. We can move on. Perfect. So indoor track, right now they have, well, this was as of a week ago, so it has gone up. But they had 42 different placements within the top 5 in our Seminole district, and their states are scheduled for the end of this month. Right now, our boys basketball is 11-4, and they're 3rd in the Seminole district, and our girls basketball is 2-12, and they're 8th. For swimming and diving, they had districts a couple weeks ago. Our girls placed 2nd, and our boys placed 4th in the Seminole. Their states are also for mid-month. Wrestling, they had 5 number 1 placements in the Seminole district, and then they had a great run at regionals this past weekend. So their states are coming up in about 2 weeks. Moving on to our clubs and the arts. Pioneer Theater, they've been doing a lot. So they performed at the Academy twice on the 20th. First, they performed at the Animation Festival, and then later that night, they performed at a fundraiser show, The Trial of Igor. Upcoming is Anastasia, which is going to be later in like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So definitely see that. They've been doing so much work, and I'm excited for it. JROTC, on the 15th, they held their annual MC JROTC ball, which is open to all of JROTC in the Lynchburg area. And it was so cool to see the pictures of that. And they're going to compete, their drill team is going to compete in Richmond on the 10th. So look forward to that. Forensics, they've been doing great things too. So Isla Watson placed 3rd in Oratory Original, and Alex Stickle placed 2nd, and that was at a U of L tournament. And then about a week later, Alex Stickle placed 1st in Extemporaneous Speaking, and Indra Velasco placed 4th. So their states are coming up in about 2 weeks also. So we got lots going on the weekend of the 17th. Community involvement. Over around Christmas time, HES visited Miss Payne Winchester's cosmetology class, and they got their nails done, they got their hair done. It was super fun. There was elves visiting. So it was really cool to see some of the pictures from that and hear some of the stories just from friends and students. So moving on, we had on the 26th, we have like a Kindness and Remembrance Day at lunch. So Heritage Teachers Administration and SCA worked together to promote kindness on Holocaust Remembrance Day. So we had affirmation walls, we took pictures. It was super fun to see all the students engaged in their lunches, and that was just a great experience. Moving on, this is bullying at Heritage was something we were asked to address in our January PowerPoint. I'm not sure if that slide is up. Lots of words. Mainly, students recognize the problem to be cyberbullying, and they also understand that this is very difficult for schools to support and kind of deal with, as it's not really within their realm, but yet it kind of is, and it's just a big gray area. But what they did ask for more than kind of reprimandation is support. So cyberbullying seminars, specially trained teachers, and then a lot of number of excused mental health days was something I heard several times. So that's just some student thoughts on the issue. Yeah, and thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Introduce Lucy from Lucy Glass.
All right, hi everybody. I hope you guys are having a good February. It's the new year, very exciting. And with that, it is winter sports season, and all of our winter sports actually have winning records, so we're very proud of that. Varsity basketball is 11-8. JV basketball is 7-8 or 7-4. Girls basketball is doing really well as well, with their varsity also having an 11-8. JV girls is 8-3. Indoor track and field, they've got a meet coming up on the 17th at Roanoke College. Wrestling has an away meet on the 10th at Orange County High School. And swimming today competed in the annual 4D championship. And our one diver on the diving team has qualified for states. So good for her. That's going to be on the 18th. And more on the diving team. I didn't get to talk about this last month or the month before, and I felt so bad because this is a very new team for us. This is Emery Hill. She holds 3 swimming records as a junior at EC Glass. With 1 week of diving experience under her belt from a summer camp, she decided that she wanted to start a diving team for EC Glass. She's very talented, and she talked to the athletic directors about getting a place to practice, starting the team, finding a coach, and for her first year, she's qualified to go to state. So congratulations to Emery. So it's been a really big past couple months for the Glass Theater Department. They worked on opening and closing the show Silent Sky, and it was so beautifully done. The storytelling was amazing, and if you missed it, you missed a lot because it was really well done, very eye-opening. And now that that's done, they've started the audition process and the rehearsal process for Beauty and the Beast. The tech department has been kind of recruiting people to help them with more behind-the-scenes stuff through their Tech Tuesdays, so people can kind of learn how to do things behind the scenes. And I'm sure it's going to be amazing, and I'm excited to see The Tale as Old as Time, and it's going to be March 15th through the 24th, and so make sure to get your tickets on ecgt.booktix.com. Sorry. And then next up, back in December, a few members of the EC Glass Band Department traveled to Franklin County High School to audition for all district band, and they did really, really well. We had seven really talented kids make it to the District 6 Honors Band, so congratulations to Ronan McKinney, Finn Healy, Mason Minkler, Alexander Lobb, Alton Quinn, Bria Seifert, and Trenton Walker. Good for them. And then Forensics Night is the annual exhibition and performance night for the award-winning EC Glass Forensics team. In one of the coaches, Mr. Reed's words, this is an odd competitive speaking team coached by Mr. Reed and Miss Bain. Performers compete in categories like storytelling, poetry, duo, impromptu, and more. And then those are some pictures from that night. It just looks really fun. So future competitions, I can't wait to see how they do and what awards they're going to bring back for Glass. And then on January 24th, EC Glass had the honor of hosting the State of LCS event, which highlighted various programs at LCS, and then there was entertainment from elementary school string sections, high school string sections, jazz band, Dunbar Theater, and more. There was a lot of really good information that was put out during that night, so I'm really happy I attended. I actually got to participate in a panel, and it was really well done, so good job to LCS on that one. And then last thing is Glass faculty and staff have been doing an amazing job of giving us different ways to kind of celebrate Black History Month. Last Friday, we had special guests from Randolph College, Dr. Christine Jobson and Markle Reed, and they were performing opera songs written by Black composers and lyricists, and they were so incredibly talented. I was just sitting there mesmerized the entire time. It was really beautifully done. And we've also highlighted some of our African-American staff, and we're doing that every day over the morning announcements just to kind of say, here's the people that you know, and here's what they're doing. And most recently, it's been Coach Disha, one of our track coaches, and Miss T, our assistant athletic director. And that's all I've got for you, so thank y'all so much.
As always, great job, you two. We appreciate it. And thank you, Lucy, for joining us for a State of LCS. That you added so much to that panel. It was excellent. And Selah, always. Thank you.
The next item is chair comments. I'll be in trouble if I don't mention that Dr. Edwards, thank you for hosting an excellent Lynchburg City School State of the State address. It was excellent for your staff, and you worked really hard, so we applaud everything that you've done. And thank you to our principals, teachers, parents, and kids who presented today. That was an excellent. So let's give them a round of applause. One more time. Thank you. And today, just one last thing I want to mention is we'll continue discussion of our budget today. And you may have heard through media several numbers. We'll discuss through them. And this board is committed to providing decent salaries for our teachers and hourly wage for our employees. Last year, our goal was $15.50. This year, we put a challenge for $17.50. And as we know, Dr. Wartica mentioned that $2 increase will require $1.9 million extra in our budget. So I want public to know that last year's baseline budget was $39.4 million. And to backfill everything we need to backfill in terms of coronavirus and pay our teachers and staff, will require a lot more fuel in terms of dollars. So stop there, and that discussion will continue with the City Hall and among ourselves, and it'll be an open forum, so it's a pretty transparent process. Anything else, Dr. Edwards, you want to add?
Yeah, we'll discuss it when we get to the
All right.
budget discussion.
Thank you very much, and we move on to the public comments. Dr. Day.
Yes, okay. As usual, I will read the policy description regarding our public comments. Persons appearing before the school board will not be allowed to campaign for public office or promote private business ventures, and should not use profanity or vulgar language or gestures, make comments about a public official or an employee that are not related to the public official or employee's official duties, engage in behavior that disrupts the meeting or intimidate others, or address the school board on issues that do not concern the services, policy, role, and/or responsibilities of the board. Please do not clap, boo, or express approval or disapproval of speakers. Each speaker should be treated with respect, even if you disagree with their positions. Individual speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. A speaker representing a group shall limit their comments to 5 minutes. If you are representing a group, please identify the group at the beginning of your presentation. A group may have no more than one spokesperson. The total allotted time for public comments at school board meetings is 30 minutes. Voicemail messages may be played. They're also limited to 3 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for speakers representing a group. Priority will be given to in-person comments before voicemail messages in the following order: students first, staff second, parents or guardians third, and community members fourth. And finally, before we get into the individual comments, public comments are reserved for the public to provide input. The board does not respond to comments, answer questions, or otherwise engage in discussion at this time. So we'll begin with students. The first student on my list is Daniel Sorrells.
Isn't that not cute? Even with that. Remember what you wanted to say. I was thinking again.
Clement, you can do this.
Can you tell us your name? What's your name?
My name is Dan Cotherell Jr.
Okay. Do you want to tell us a story about your school? Is that why you're here? To tell us something about your school?
So Daniel moved here all the way from Hawaii, and he wanted to be in a house where he could walk to school every day, and he loves it. Remember what you were going to say?
Oh.
And so we really want you to keep Sandusky Elementary School.
Thank you.
Delegation.
That was good. That was good.
Delegated.
Thank you. All right. Next is Lachey Carthens. Lachey Carthens.
Hard to hear you back. Sorry, we can't hear you.
Lachey Carthens.
Hello, my name is Lachey Carthens. I am in 8th grade at Linkhorne Middle School.
I am a part of Linkhorne basketball manager. I also am an ambassador. I bring lots of love at Linkhorne. Y'all are wondering what is an ambassador. I am a Jaguar ambassador, which is an 8th grade student who greets all new students and shows them love at show them around the school and answer them any questions. I believe that this is important because when a new student is starting a new school, they should have a family face to show and trust, especially when they may have a hard question to ask or new advice. When you agree that it is important in today's school for all of us to have someone that we can trust and go to when we have a hard day or hard feelings or a hard problem. Pause. Well, then let's talk about Latasha Thomas. You may not know that name or even seen her face, but you must trust and believe her. There are so many of us at Linkhorne Middle School may not only know her, but depends on her every day. They officially title her as a secondary interventioner, but what we can call her is a mentor, a listener, and a counselor and a ray of sunshine. When she is absent, the whole school on campus is wondering, where in the world is Latasha? She brings lots of love to LMS. I am here tonight to let y'all know that Ms. Thomas has to be at LMS next year. I realize that it may not be the money thing, but can I just tell y'all one thing? Pause. Without this woman at our school, it can change the way that students feel about being able to talk to people. Not that we don't have amazing teachers, counseling, and a mentor. But Ms. Thomas gives us a understanding us and also knows our family and understands when we need more than school. Let's make this happen. Because it may not be raining outside, but it's always sunshine here in Linkhorne. With Ms. Thomas.
Next up is Jefferson Royal.
Sandusky is a wonderful place to attend. It's not only just our home that matters. It's about the effort we put in, the spirit we have, and the people, the friends we make. I do all three of those things in my classroom, and I want my younger classmates to be able to do the same. So we need other people to put forth their effort, their spirits, and their friends to do something to help save Sandusky and rebuild our school. We need you to help keep the spirit of Sandusky alive. We cannot do it on our own. Please ask City Council to rebuild our school.
Grace Hernandez. Grace?
She spoke earlier.
She already spoken.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, then Chester Lobb.
Chester Lobb. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a queer and trans student at EC Glass. And I am a senior at Glass, and I will be leaving for college and continuing my education outside of the Lynchburg City Public Schools. But there are many students that will be continuing here for several years to come. As incoming students and their families look at schools, what will they see? They will see this. There have been 100 grants given by the It Gets Better Foundation in the last 2 years, and only 2 school districts have not accepted it. We are one of them. This is what will meet them, instead of all the good in the schools, from the amazing theater productions, to the marching bands, to the wonderful clubs and events that our schools hold. That doesn't even mention the great educational experiences I have been given by these schools. All of this is undermined by your decision. Your decision, unsupported by most. The decision to hold a grant for and by gay people under scrutiny while allowing other grants to pass through during work meetings when no one is paying attention. And while you have done right by accepting the grant for Dunbar Middle School and finally adding menstruation products to the school bathrooms, you have done an irreparable job by denying us. Why, truly, was the grant denied? Do not let us be known as a place for hatred and discrimination to thrive.
That is the last student on my list. Next, we'll go to staff members. I see one staff, Carl Luz.
Bypass the stool. All right. Good evening to all of you, and as always, thank you for your service to the students and staff of Lynchburg City Schools and the greater Lynchburg community. My name is Carl Luce, and I'm president of the Lynchburg Education Association, and I wanted to come before you today to talk about the support we need from this school board. We are a school system under financial strain placed on us by a city council that emphasizes tax breaks for wealthy landowners over investment in public schools. In 2008, an economic collapse devastated the economy, and LCS took a major hit, freezing pay schedules for staff, slashing school budgets, and freezing hiring. We were told it was temporary, a 1 or 2 year situation, and while the economy did rebound after a couple of years, it took Lynchburg 11 years to restart pay schedules for our employees. 11 years where staff paid the price long after the economy had recovered. Well, it's not 2008. The economy is strong. Unemployment is at a near record low, and the stock market is at a record high. Inflation is stabilized. Many business owners are making more than ever. The state of Virginia has $5.1 billion in excess resources, and the city of Lynchburg has a $15 million surplus. Yet, for some reason, the state and the city want the schools to believe it's 2008 again. Since the day Dr. Edwards first sat in that chair until today, the needs have increased and prices have gone up, and Lynchburg City Schools has lost $5 million from its budget from the city. The result is schools that are short on paper and toner for copiers, short on ink for printers, and short on supplies for the classroom, while at the same time asking staff to do more activities that are not computer-based. We are working in buildings that don't have functioning clocks and bell systems, have malfunctioning PA systems, and have HVAC that can range as much as 25 degrees difference from one classroom to the next. We have unpainted handrails, cracked sidewalks, and walls that haven't seen a fresh coat of paint in our students' lifetimes. Yet, when we have our staff go above and beyond to seek outside funds from a grant to help students who are at risk in our schools and schools across the nation, all of a sudden this group wants to be very picky about where we are accepting our money. Now, some of you tried to make it about equity, making sure that the kids are able to use this safe space, etc., but you haven't done that before, have you? Never was there a donation to the EC Glass weight room, and the board held up progress to make sure the science fair kids would have a fair chance to use the weight room. Donations to the theater department didn't bring pressing questions about if the softball team would get equal time in the auditorium. Now, make no mistake, I do think that the board has a responsibility to take a look at where donations come from and what the purpose is behind them. So what about this slippery slope of accepting donations that was brought up in the fall? Well, I admit if you look beyond this group and its purpose, back to its roots and its founders, you can certainly find some troubling things. But I submit to you, if we do that with every donation by every group to Lynchburg City Schools, if we go back to the founders of some of these businesses and learning institutions, some of the things they have said, done, and supported, then we would find something very problematic with just about every one of them. In fact, I dare say if we really wanted to slide down that slope, some of these pictures hanging on the wall might not reflect too well on this very division. If someone donates a Volkswagen to the high school auto program, are we going to turn it down because of the company's ties to Adolf Hitler? What about hiring staff from a large local university whose founder denounced and degraded repeatedly the very people this grant was designed to protect? You had a group who was willing to give our kids $10,000, money this division does not have, to make a better campus and a better community. You had representatives from EC Glass here to even provide for any student in need. Instead, you blew it, and the process tied your own hands, nearly preventing you taking donated money for a volleyball program at another school because of a precedent you set. How many more organizations will shy away from donating to LCS because of this? And that brings us to today. It was casually mentioned in the last work session that the individual schools will make up for a $5.2 million shortfall. Based on our current school number, that's a cut of $325,000 per school. What do you think that will look like? And what about that $5 million that has been removed by City Council from the LCS budget over the last 6 years? Dr. Carter brought up in the last work session the idea that this board needs to ask City Council for what it needs to educate the children of Lynchburg. Not what we think will make them happy or what we hope to get, what we need. And she's exactly right. Your job isn't to please City Council or the governor or the president. Your job is to do what is right for the students in Lynchburg City Schools. It's to fight for what we need and to support us when we fight for it ourselves. You need to support us at every level, state, local, and building. So I ask of each of you, respectfully, lead, follow, or get out of the way. Thank you.
Next is Brooke Carson.
Hello, my name is Brooke Carson. I'm a teacher at EC Glass, and I also sponsor EC Glass's Genders and Sexualities Alliance. I'm here today to, among other things, brag a little about my students. Just like last week, the GSA sponsored Kindness Week at EC Glass. Our students worked together with other student organizations such as Unity Club and Student Council to plan a week full of kindness-themed spirit days and activities. It was a lot of work, but the kids jumped right in. They know the importance of compassion and respect within the school and wanted to do all they could to foster positive interactions within the community. As you may guess, I'm very proud of all the work that they put into this project. I share this with you today because I know that we can all agree that every school could use more kindness. However, with this statement in mind, I want to ask why some members of the school board have been distinctly unkind to my students, whom they currently represent. Some school board members have recently taken the time, both during this school board meetings and to the local media, to characterize my students as spoiled, as whiners and complainers who can't handle it when they don't get everything that they want. To put it mildly, this is a severe miscalculation. I work with these students daily, and to call them whiners and complainers could not be further from the truth. Let me tell you why. Any teacher can tell you that their students who are most successful are the students who ask for help when they need it. This is exactly what my students have done. They identified a problem and they used their voices to advocate for a solution, not just for themselves, but for all students at Glass. Additionally, these students weren't content to just raise awareness for an issue they found to be important. They stepped up as problem solvers and put together a plan to address the issue. Then, on top of that, not only did they win the money to make their plan a reality, but when the board rejected that grant, they raised the money again. Currently, between donations to the district and a private GoFundMe, my students have accrued over $5,000 to put into a safe room project. See, now it sounds like I'm bragging again. And really I am, because I'm continuously blown away by the dedication they show to contributing to this community. It is undeniable to say that these students are leaders, and it is only fair to recognize them as such. If you don't like the projects that my students choose to pursue, that's your right, but please don't malign their character. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that's all the staff that I see on the list, so now I'm turning to parents. Ben Larkins.
They don't make these for tall people. Hi, I'm Ben Larkins. I have 2 boys that next year are going into high school and middle school, and that statement makes me feel really old, but our youngest is actually at Sandusky Middle. But I say all that to say, next year, they're not going to be at Sandusky Middle, so I have no stake in this game personally. Elementary, thank you. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to say on the way down here. You all have more experience in education that you'll probably forget than I'll ever gain in a lifetime. So I know your job is hard. I know you love these kids. And I know you've heard a lot of information over the past few months about why we want to keep Sandusky open, from, you know, folks that are older, you know, all the way down to our youngest over there. And trying to figure out what to say, I was passing by your billboard, Mr. Trost. Fascinated by it. It was very clear. I might say, got me a little distracted, almost needed to call you. But it said something that struck me, which was experience. ... That's all that matters. That's what matters. Experience. And you've heard facts, you've heard figures. I mean, I thought, what am I going to say that could possibly change your mind? I'm not up here to talk for myself. Kevin, that's my son. He hears that enough from me all the time. He can tell you it's not great. But the experience is what I'm here to talk to you about. The experience from the folks at Sandusky, from Mr. Womack, from the other teachers and role models that are there, and even more so, those male role models. Look, you know, there's all sorts of kids that we need to help, but especially young boys. I'm biased, I have 2 boys, I'll admit that. But you look at the data, when Title IX was launched back in the 70s, there was what, 14, 15% gap between men and women graduating at all different levels of academia. Now that is not only reversed, but wider in favor of a deficit of the boys who aren't graduating, who aren't succeeding. And it's only getting worse. And so the men that we have in this school that are willing to teach, that are willing to administrate, like Mr. Womack, like others, we need to keep them and do everything we can to keep them. And I get it. It's a numbers game. I get it. You're trying to balance things. I understand the job is hard, and I would not want to be in your position. But there's got to be alternatives. Dr. Edwards, you said earlier, trying, right? It starts with us trying. And for the 9 people that are here that can vote, I know you voted 5-4 back in September to not reconsider it. So I'm asking the 5 who you were, please, one of you, just take a second, reconsider it from all the different angles, from the proposal about the Movement Foundation that's brought to you guys, about being able to do this in a cost-conscious manner, especially in light of the fact that, you know what, we're $17 million deficit, the $3.1 million you're going to have to ask City Council here in a little bit. We can do this in a way that preserves our male leaders, that helps the boys, at least in Lynchburg, not be left out, let alone the other folks that are going to be impacted by this, that you already know about, the community impact, everything else. So it's just with that I ask you, let's make sure that we don't leave kids behind, but especially young men of this generation of Lynchburg, because we've got some great male leaders here. We need to make sure that we do everything we can to keep them plugged into our students like they have been. There's a reason why your decision was what, August, September? We're still here talking about this. It's not for us. We believe it that passionately. I understand it's, again, tough decisions, but please listen to what we have to say. Please reconsider. And, you know, we look, let us help you guys. You make the decision, we'll go to the city council and bang down their door. And when we did, we had a member of city council come to a town hall meeting, listen to us. We impacted what he eventually wanted to do. We will do it again. So please reconsider and don't leave these boys behind in a system that's already designed to further leave them behind. Please keep Sandusky open. Thank you.
Next is Dan Sorrells.
Hi, I'm Dan Sorrell. I'm the first guy's dad.
Sorry.
As we spoil alert, we moved here from far away and decided that Virginia was going to be where we moved to. It seemed like you guys had plenty of money coming in. You were legalizing lots of things that would raise money for the schools and so forth, so that we thought there was never a chance that anything would happen to a school. We picked out a house based on it being a 2-block walk. I get to take my son to school every day, and I get to see Mr. Womack and the teachers and all the love that is at Sandusky and how much my kid loves it. And now, since we've been here, we got another one. and I want my kids to go to the same school. I want to walk my kids to school every day. I don't understand how it could ever be an option to cut back on education for any of these schools. We're not running out of people, and we're not getting overly educated or too smart, I don't think. So that's where our, the children are first. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Please.
Next is Carly Schaefer.
How many more?
I am wearing a bracelet that my daughter gave me for Christmas. It says, "Stay in the fight." When I opened it, she said, "For T.C. Miller, Mom, so you can keep fighting for our school." She's 8, and she is struggling. So many worries about the school closing that she's trying to work through, which is a huge, harmful mental load for a 2nd grader to carry. And she is one of hundreds of kids who are facing this, and often more for others. So yes, I'm here, not whining, but fighting for our school and the children in it who deserve more than this roller coaster and instability that they're dealing with. I'm fighting for them, our amazing teachers and staff, and our community and culture, which doesn't just magically transfer to another building. Save Our Schools has a quick recap from this fall. We provided research showing severe negative academic and emotional effects of closing school. We flagged equity concerns. These closures treat our most underprivileged students recklessly. The majority of both school students are low income, Black, or brown. We're going backwards by closing. We need to move forward in equity in education, which means prioritizing those who historically and systematically get the short end of the stick, funding and beyond. More recaps. This closure happened without an educational study when education should be your top priority when making decisions. Survey results, 70% of respondents voted for scenario 1, not scenario 3. This doesn't come close to solving budget concerns and will incur more costs in order to fit 600 kids elsewhere, such as the $15 million for Bass. The Sandusky PTO president did an excellent job explaining why Bass is not the answer. We've talked about how smaller schools like T.C. Miller statistically create better outcomes. We've talked about our scores and reading and math levels, excellent attendance, our building being in the top 5 out of our elementary schools, room to expand, and ability to add 54 preschoolers with no renovation cost. We've given the impact on teacher retention and trust, the impact on our city. We've pointed out that Lynchburg families are 33% private versus a 9% national average. Private school wait lists are going haywire right now. We've discussed how young families are moving here. The population projections didn't even go 10 years, yet this decision is so incredibly permanent based on incomplete data. We have discussed multiple viable financial opportunities, contacts, proposals with very specific routes to pursue. We've toured the halls with some of you, where you said out loud how amazing the environment is and how perfect for an elementary school it is. 2,000 plus community members have signed the petition to keep us open. From data to personal impact, people have spoken and been here at nearly every meeting, as well as hundreds of emails from those who cannot be here at a 5 p.m. weekday meeting. None of these concerns have been addressed. The current vision is still neighborhood schools that will therefore racially divide white and Black schools. This hasn't been addressed and goes against our DSEG order. If you think people aren't noticing this, you are wrong. Our SES and TCM kids are still stuck in limbo. To continue closing with no plan for 600 children is wrong and will result in a last-minute, haphazard plan that will shove remaining students into existing schools with larger class sizes, more discipline issues, a larger achievement gap, and no regard for their well-being. Your mission is every student, and right now you are gravely failing 600 of them. More schools of innovation is an awesome goal, but when you claim to not have the money to keep a successful one open, I'm confused how that is supposed to occur. With what funds? A school of innovation requires experienced staff, grants, extra resources, and time to grow the culture. T.C. Miller has spent 30 years doing so. We're not perfect, but if innovation is so important, why are we cutting out the most established program we have with over 100 applications and the biggest wait list every year? Because of the closing decision and zero plans about what comes next, teachers and staff are leaving. Families are going private rather than stay in the hands of leaders who don't seem to listen or care. If you're considering converting TCM to a hybrid school, we need you to make that decision now to salvage the situation. If it truly starts with early education, and it does, convert TC Miller to a hybrid school that answers the call for more pre-K and serves as a school of innovation, both goals of LCS. With no cost, we'd increase our building capacity to almost 300 students. You've got the proposal. You saw it at Shrek, and you can see it February 13th at our open house. I urge you to come and see our potential. Support us. You have heard our voices for months now. Help us work together. As a school member, your job is to serve the students, not city council. We will stand behind you loud and clear if you choose to support us, keeping us open. Please convert TC Miller to a hybrid elementary school and keep Sandusky open. Thank you.
Tiersha Royal.
Good evening. Over 139 days ago, a decision was made, a decision that shook our community to its core. The closure of 2 elementary schools, Sandusky Elementary and T.C. Miller, and it has left over 600 children in a state of uncertainty. Since then, we, the concerned parents and community members, have tirelessly voiced our concerns through emails, petitions, and countless appearances at town halls, city council meetings, and school board sessions. For 139 days, we have sought answers about why Sandusky Elementary was chosen for closure, despite its test scores, teacher retention, accreditation, and low cost per student. But most of all, we have asked about our children's future. Where will they go to school? How will the transition be handled, and what lies ahead for them? However, our pleas have fallen on deaf ears, met with complete, utter silence from our school administration. Not a single email, phone call, or correspondent has reached us, the parents. No one has visited the schools to discuss the implications of the closure or to involve the community in the decision-making process. We stand here today frustrated because despite the passage of time, there is still no plan. Grand plans were unveiled for the other elementary schools in LCS, but our 600 children remain in limbo. The mission of LCS is clear: every child by name and by need to graduation and beyond. Yet, the 600 children of T.C. Miller and Sandusky Elementary have been forgotten and pushed aside. Week after week, we come before you, the school board, because there's a void in communication from the school administration. The decision to close these schools was not made hastily, but has been repeatedly proven to lack provisions for our children. If there's a plan, it hasn't been communicated to us. Imagine if it were your child. Would you accept silence and uncertainty for 139 days? Or would you be here demanding accountability and answers? During the state of LCS, it was boldly declared the continuation of the closure, sending a clear message to our children, a message that they are not important and they do not matter. While dreaming Go Centers and Schools for Innovation for the rest of LCS, you have failed to find the funds or the courtesy to keep our 2 schools open. We have prevented solutions. The Movement Foundation stands as a beacon of hope for rebuilding Sandusky Elementary, addressing not only the issues facing Sandusky, but also providing relief for LCS as a whole. The reality is, there is not enough room in the remaining schools for the students that would be displaced. Let us not continue down this road without a plan for over 600 kids. Let us adopt a plan, rebuild Sandusky Elementary, and transform T.C. Miller into a hybrid school and also an innovation school. Let every child be included in our vision for the future. It is time to act, to demonstrate that the mission of LCS extends to each and every child, without exception. The time for silence and inaction has passed. The future of our children cannot wait any longer. Thank you.
And the last speaker on my list is Vicente Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Vicente Gonzalez. My pronouns are they, them. I'm here today representing the Lynchburg Queer Town Hall. But to be fully transparent, I'm also a member of the Equity Task Force. Queer Town Hall is here today to continue voicing our support for the EC Glass GSA and their advocacy for LGBTQ students within the LCS family. This board has demonstrated its incapacity to understand the issues trans and queer youth face in our schools, despite the exuberant amount of data and statistics which clearly outline the disproportionate risks that queer youth face when it comes to bullying, harassment, substance abuse, homelessness, depression, self-harm, and suicide. Despite these numbers, the board chose to reject a $10,000 grant from the suicide prevention organization, the It Gets Better campaign, not citing any real research and not following policy already in place concerning accepting or rejecting grants. I imagine the board is trying to make amends for this wrongdoing by funding the safe room yourselves. But this does not take into account the funding that would have been allocated to the GSA's operational budget. This also does not negate the emotional harm you have put these students through. You were so concerned with the national scrutiny you were under as a board, you took no time to reflect on what it means for these students to be placed in a position where they were even more at risk for harassment from peers, parents, and the public. In addition, I wanted to highlight that the Equity Task Force requested to be put on the January agenda, yet was denied. And the board seems to have no response to the arguments made by the Equity Task Force during the January session public comment. Just to recap, the Equity Task Force, after thorough research and a democratic decision-making process, has concluded that the Lynchburg School Board discriminated against the EC Glass GSA on November 14th by requiring them to submit an itemized budget of how the grant was going to be used and using an arbitrary process which is not in line with LCS policy. Policy KHZ-R already clearly outlines the criteria for accepting grants by the school board. What I am confused about is this board's position on equity. You ignored the needs of trans and queer youth, one of you going as far as reducing their advocacy to whining and crying. You ignored the research and collaborative effort of the Equity Task Force, which is one of your own advisory committees. Yet at the same time, there seems to be an effort to address equity when it comes to the achievement gap. Equity is not something that you can simply pick up and put down when it's convenient. LCS is either an equitable school system or it is not. I think many of you believe that the issues regarding queer and trans youth are going to eventually go away, that the effort of this community will eventually die out. To cite another great quote from Christian DePaul from the December 5th meeting, when discussing the national scrutiny that the school board was under after a Washington Post article went viral, just let it roll off your back, because a lot of this stuff that's happening, it's going to be gone in a few months. I can tell you right now that we are not going to be gone in a few months. Queer people will continue to be here advocating and pushing back against discriminatory practices towards LGBTQ youth. I urge the board to make amends with the EC Glass GSA. I urge the board to put the Equity Task Force on the March agenda and allow them to present their work from the past few months regarding this issue. And I urge members of this board to reflect on your own personal bias and internalized prejudice. Thank you for letting me speak.
That's the end of the speakers who had signed up. Do we have any recorded messages?
No, sir. Okay. Any email? Any emails?
Or emails?
She said she signed up.
What's your name, please? You are right. I simply overlooked that line. I apologize. Please come to the podium.
Hi, I'm Beth Pollard. I'm the mother of three. I have two students at T.C. Miller,
I want to implore all of you to reconsider and the closing of T.C. Miller. I think exploring the idea of the hybrid preschool/elementary school program is one that deserves good thought, and I implore you to take the steps to think about that. I attended the LCS, the state of LCS, a couple nights ago. You saw my older daughter perform. But I enjoyed the entertainment of the evening. I did not, however, hear about the state of LCS. I didn't hear about truancy or test scores or graduation rates or college acceptance. I don't know the state of LCS. I heard a lot about opportunities and athletics and theater and music. And the words that I heard the most were up on a screen. Excellence, innovation, honoring legacy, when Reed Wodka got up to speak. And during your presentation about the changes to the curriculum, I even heard you talk about how wonderful smaller class sizes were. And it broke my heart. What you are talking about, what you are celebrating during that presentation was T.C. Miller. T.C. Miller, that, you know, where what was STEM but is now STREAM is incorporated into the curricula, where arts and excellence and innovation meet. That is our school with the smaller class sizes. I don't know why everything is brand new every time I look into what is suggested as the future for Lynchburg City Schools. I looked at the slides that you put up, and I was so sad that, you know, not to see T.C. Miller up there. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I've been listening. I then heard, as you closed the meeting, Dr. Edwards, you asked the community for help, for input, and I thought, oh my gosh, you're losing the community's trust. We have provided input. Starting about this time last year, I guess it was a little further into the spring, you know, you came forward with 4 different options. There were several meetings. I went to many of them. I got on the computer. I voted for what I thought was, oh, I think this is a good option. I asked questions. I talked with some of you and asked my questions then. I've been to other school board meetings. I even spoke once before. I don't think anybody's listening. And what I'm saying to you is you continue to ask for our input, but it's not being felt by the community that we're being heard. And I just want to implore you, please make decisions intentionally, okay? Intentionally. Not just come up with a new one for the next meeting.
Thank you.
All right? 2025 is too close to make these decisions. Let's pause and readdress. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Day. Thank you for all the public comments. Now we move on to the finance report, Dr. Edwards.
Yes, so our December finance report, I do believe that this is your first official school board meeting with us.
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like to just welcome, although she's hit the ground running, Miss Sonia Jamies.
Yes, ma'am.
Our new CFO, who will also be working with us.
Let them,
Just take a 5-minute break. Whenever you're good,
too much noise.
So we just like to say welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we're so happy to have you here. And we are going to move to the December 2023 finance report.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Chairman Gupta, members of the board, and Dr. Edwards. How do you follow such a brilliant group of students? I feel like my report is going to be anticlimactic. I just have a few items to note. As of December, which marks the 50% of the fiscal year passing, the percent of revenues versus collected versus the original appropriation was 42.17% year to date. This is slightly outpaces our prior year revenue collections for the same month last fiscal year. The amount of expenditures versus original appropriation is 45.63%. LCS is doing a better job of encumbering anticipated expenses to keep our finger on the pulse of year-end, and that equates to a 95.56% expenditure reporting inclusive of those encumbrances. We continue to navigate some challenges, or should I say opportunities, with health care costs, but staff is exploring some strategies to potentially alleviate some of that burden. In addition, January's financials should highlight the employer and employee contribution rate increase that was implemented to offset health care costs. Just as a reminder, you should be in receipt of your quarterly report as well, if you have any questions in regards to that. And so I'll entertain any other questions.
Dr. Day?
Yeah. Every time I look at one of these reports, I always see some aspect of it that has been there all along, but I never really thought about it. So I'm going to ask a couple questions, not because it's unique to these reports, just because I'm continuing to educate myself.
Certainly.
I'm looking at the statement of expenditures, and under the instruction category, there's 4 different function lines, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400. Can you or someone tell me what the difference between those lines is? I don't mean the number difference, I mean the number, what those lines include. Do you happen to know off the top of your head?
Actually going to pivot
Okay, yeah.
to Dr. Wadika to answer that question.
Sure thing. So we'll give you the precise, we'll get back to you on the precise answer.
Okay.
But 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, some are teachers, some are administrators, some are
Okay.
other sorts of things. And so it's different aspects of instruction, and we can share with you the chart of accounts and how that works.
Yeah, I'd just like to know just the headings, like
Sure
you
thing.
just said, because most of the other categories, I can see what the different line items are. Okay, thank you for that. And I think I had a question about the summary as well. Let me find that. Yes, on the summary, the very bottom part, the part that's in green, which is the looking at our current health insurance situation. I guess it's the third column, 2023-2024. Shouldn't the bottom line, the year-to-date balance, be the sum of the 3 lines above it? Because it isn't quite.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and check
Okay.
on that.
That's just, and I'm not, this isn't an accusation or anything. I'm just trying to understand, and I would have thought it would have been just the sum of the beginning balance plus our receipts minus the disbursements so far, and it doesn't seem to be that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll address that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gillian?
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Where are the details behind the other?
The other is a roll-up sheet. We can provide you the details. This was just the report that the board has been reviewing historically. So I do have some suggestions of better ways to look at the report, but I just presented this report to you based on my lack of longevity here.
So if I may, so that would be things like everything besides personnel, like materials and supplies, those sort of things that would be charged to instruction. So
Yes,
we
of
can
course.
certainly give that detail.
Is it already, it's already made, so you can just send it in?
It is a report that's generated from our financial management system. For the sake of brevity, I believe the prior board just wanted to see the sum totals of everything. But we can absolutely provide you with the details of those.
Yes, please.
Ms. Lowry?
And I just want to try to understand. So on the statement of revenue from December, 31st, 2023, so when it says percent received, that means you You budget it first, and then that's the balance, but you haven't received the rest from have you received the rest of the revenue coming in from someplace, or you haven't paid out?
The revenues would be receipts, revenue coming in.
People that
So
paid for
the budget balance would be what we anticipate to collect in addition to our year-to-date transactions.
And so the percent is just how much you've collected so far?
That's
So you're
correct.
still waiting on
Yes,
others to
ma'am.
turn it in?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Other question before I ask? So just go ahead, Mr. Julian.
Do you have your suggestions now of how to do this report?
No, sir.
Better? Okay.
I'm still compiling those.
All right.
Just wanted to point out the health insurance, we are underwater by $2.7 million. So as we look at the budget discussion, last time this year, we were, based on your numbers, underwater by $2.2 million. So we are 2.7 now, so 500,000 more. It'll up till December 31st. Is that the January is not included in?
Yeah, this is just
That is correct.
December 31.
December 31st.
Yes.
You were saying something, go
Uh,
ahead.
So just again, as we talked about, significant challenge in health insurance, do remember that the rate increase does take effect in January, so hopefully we'll see some mediation of that. Although we are very, as we've mentioned before, we're very concerned about that. Ms. Jamie has some great ideas that we won't probably get into tonight, but about how we might alter some of our approach to health insurance that I think will be valuable in our conversations going forward. But
How much is the reserve? Is it 2 million or 2
It's about $2 million.
2 million? So even if you take out the whole reserve, we're still underwater, about $500,000 as of now.
As of now.
How much the health additional premium will bring in? Do you have any rough number?
We don't have those numbers for January as of yet. I will say, any suggestions on a revamped report will go through the Finance Committee first for review prior to taking it to the full board. So,
I agree. We decided as a board last year to have a particular format. It requires a lot of staff time to change it. So if that's the will of the board, you can direct it to Dr. Day and it can get to the Finance Committee. I agree
certainly.
with you on that. Thank you. Any other questions on finance? Or next item is consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Dr. Carter, second.
Agenda.
Second.
Dr. Day, any discussion on consent? Any item to be pulled out? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Charles?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes?
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Next one is school board member reports, finance and facilities, Dr. Day.
Our most recent meeting was January 26th, which preceded our previous board work session on the 30th, and I gave a report then about what transpired. Our next meeting is February 13th, next week.
Thank you. Governor School, Mrs. Lowry.
And you know what, I think I misunderstood. I thought we were just approving the consent agenda. I had one question, so I can probably ask later, but anyways. Okay, so for the governor's school, our next meeting's not till March 6th. And on January 4th, Dr. Smith visited the Alta Vista High School for a promotional meeting with qualified 10th graders. Also, on the 11th, Dr. Douglas and Mr. Steele visited Amherst High School for a promotional meeting with qualified 10th graders. January 12th, Linkhorne Middle School came and toured CVGS. And the 17th, Dr. Smith met with academic year governors, school directors for their winter meeting. Manelson Middle School toured on the 24th of January. And the 25th was the first of 2 program overview nights for students and their families interested in applying for the governor's school. On the 31st was the second of the 2 nights. Throughout January and February, the CVGS hosts students from 5 school divisions as shadows and any qualified student interested in learning more about it can shadow. Also, February 2nd, Central Health and Framatome will be on site for internship orientation for CVGS students participating with them. On the 9th, Mr. Scott Nagley from BWX Technology will be at the Governor's School to talk to all the juniors about safety, professionalism during internships. And the 14th through the 19th, Ms. Chema will accompany Erica Milhorn from Jefferson Forest High School to the American Association of Advancement for Science Annual Conference in Denver, Colorado. She is the Virginia delegate for the American Junior Academy of Sciences Conference and will present her research poster. February 16th, there is the first day of internships for all juniors at the Governor's School, and the 28th, Alta Vista Middle School will tour CVGS. So, a lot going on.
Thank you. Lauren, Dr. Carter?
For the Laurel Regional School Board, the last meeting was December the 6th at 10 o'clock, and there we started the budget process. And one of the larger ticket items that we're really looking at this year is to purchase a 16-passenger multi-use vehicle. Before, we were having to ask different school divisions if we could use a bus driver and a bus, and we know how difficult it is now to share a bus driver and to have them come from the counties or here. So we're looking at that, and that's one of the things we're looking at. The next school board meeting for the Laurel Regional School Board is March the 5th at 10 o'clock at Laurel.
Thank you. STEM Academy is also yours.
Yes, the STEM Academy, a lot of things are going on. We have 3 new board members, David Childress, Gary Maddox, and Dora Purvis. Mock interviews were November the 17th, and there were, all the seniors had interviews. It's generally divided into 2 parts, 20 minutes of the interview, then 20 minutes of feedback from the interviewers. And there were 24 members or volunteers from the different organizations that came in, businesses and organizations that came to do the interviews. So that's always a wonderful thing for the student to hear from business leaders. We've also had speakers during the fall to come and talk about various topics. And I have some names, but I don't want to call them all because I don't have all the names, so I'll leave it there. And the students did the Stop the Bleed certification, which is an OSHA 10 class, and where you learn different hands-on experience, and you also receive a certification. Financial literacy was done by Atlantic Bank, and also Centra provided some hands-on training and learning experiences. For the academically, 93% of the students in the juniors receive an overall transferable grade, which is A, B, and C. And the seniors, over 92% receive a transferable grade. Oh, excuse me, seniors was 91% that received A, B, or C. So the students are doing great. Now they're doing their internships, and there are 10 places for different internships. And so that we will have an internship presentation will be Wednesday, April the 24th, and that's when all of the students that do their internship, they come and present on what they've learned. And it's really interesting, just some of the things they've done. The makeup of the school now is 8 students from Bedford, 8 slots in Bedford, 12 slots from Campbell County, 1 Appomattox, Amherst has 3, Lynchburg has 7. There are 25 guarantee slots, 5 at-large slots. And Susan, the director, Susan Cash, she has been to every high school in the area. So she's really getting out there and working with the counselors and with the students, and also looking at the application process to make it more the responsibility of the students, but also to make sure that the teachers and the guidance counselors are aware.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. LACRA, Mr. Trost.
LACRA met in early January. At that meeting, we finalized our legislative priorities of particular interest to the LACRA committee was Senate Bill, was it 14 or 7? 14, which seems to have gotten a lot of traction with our legislators, and we're hopeful that it passes. I'll just remind everybody what that does. It allows the localities to vote to pass additional tax, sales tax, and localities control it, whether or not it's imposed or not. And that revenue from that sales tax could be utilized to rebuild or build infrastructure for our school system. So we're excited about that. Hopefully we get it passed, and then we can see if our local council wants to utilize that kind of resources to help with our school system. Our next LACRA meeting is February 20th at 3:30, and that's that.
So SB 14 will allow 1% sale tax increase. It leaves it for the voters to decide if they want that increase or not.
Exactly.
How much additional money will it bring to the school district each year in terms of for infrastructure development? I'm looking at Dr. Wardga, so, or Dr. Edwards.
Well,
Approximately, I'm not gonna hold you.
So as I recall, it'd be about $15 million a year.
So it brings in about $15 million each year for deferred maintenance or anything the school district needs.
Capital improvement.
Capital improvements.
Yeah, for so.
And just for information, Halifax did pass it last year, Halifax County.
There's
Yes,
about a
that's-
half dozen counties that already
They have
are
that.
allowed to do this, and that this bill would extend it to all localities.
So last year, there was a bill in the House and Senate passed through. As a result, Halifax was able to raise their sale tax by 1% dedicated to their public school system.
That's it.
So question, so if we do it and the voters here pass it, then that we could use that money to keep schools open or to rebuild or?
It's for
If, that's
infrastructure.
big ifs, that's ifs, but, okay.
It's for infrastructure development.
Yeah, we can't hire people on that money, but we can.
Yeah,
we
but
can
you can.
renovate
Rebuild a
The
school.
Buildings, yes.
We have about $100 million of deferred maintenance, right?
At a minimum,
So we got quite a bit of needs, so this will do a catch-up in about 10 years. We'll be able to catch up on all, and plus, if any other new additional infrastructure is needed. So it does help. I think it has gone through the Senate. It's now.
Yeah, it's passed
It's,
the
yeah,
Senate.
it's
Past the
moving.
Senate, it's on the crossover happens on 12th, so it'll go to the House side. So if you got House delegates who are on the fence, vote, and then it go to the governor for
Correct.
approval.
And then it goes to city council. You have to,
Then the locality has to approve.
that's correct.
To be on the, it'll be a referendum if the locality approves it. That'll be the process, Mr. Trost?
That's the process. You're on it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. What was the next one? I lost my screen.
Partners in education.
Mr. DePaul and Mrs. Lowry.
We got two reports. In front of you tonight, you have a book on partners in education. And this is to be used like a business card or a promotional item for people that you know personally who might benefit or be interested in benefiting the partnership that we've created or that has been created between Lynchburg schools and the businesses in the area. The support from businesses help students understand what's going on in the post-education world. And they're providing internships, they're providing methods by which to understand various businesses, and many levels of support for the school system, but more importantly, the individual students. So I'm just inviting you to read through this, become involved, if you have the time, in the Partners in Education, the PI group. But also, you might know some people who have the time that we haven't met yet. So if you would hand this, once you read this and internalize it, pass this on to other businesses, other people you know who might be able to bring talents to this group to benefit the students in an addendum or in addition to what's already been done through Lynchburg schools.
Great.
I missed the last meeting, talk about.
Do you have anything to add, Mrs. Lowry?
Oh, yes, the Pi Day. The Pi Day will be,
314.
yes, but there's more to say about it. Yes, it'll be March 14th. It will be in the afternoon at 3:14. We're going to arrive a little early as a team to get prepared, but we're inviting, it'll be at the Alliance Building, and we're inviting businesses and the fire department and lots of, police and stuff, everybody to come. We've got more people who are told than that could fit in the room, but they're going to organize it so everybody can come in. So and companies that are coming are encouraged to bring any kind of school supply if they would like. But we're inviting new people to come, new business to come in so that they can peruse and see what the companies that have been with Lynchburg City Schools, what they've been doing, how they've contributed, things that they could do. And then we'll have pie there, several kinds of pie. And then there was one other thing that's on top of my head. But yeah, so that's what we'll be doing. And we're going to get information out, flyers and things like that pretty soon will be coming. And the team's doing a great job, especially here at admin. We have a coordinator Whitney just does a great job, so.
We're up to number 7.
Education Foundation, Mr. Trost and Mr. Jalil.
Okay. I just want to reiterate the superintendent's breakfast on March 14th of 2024. I think it'll be mentioned later on, 7:30 to 9 a.m. at the Burton Dining Room at the University of Lynchburg. If you wish to attend, it's a fantastic event, a lot of fun. Reach out to the Lynchburg Education Foundation or Dawn Wise. You must have reservations by tickets and have to do that before February 29th of 2024. So I guarantee you it's a very enjoyable experience. You get food that's out of this world, and I like to eat. 7:30 breakfast, a little early for me, but I'll be there. And I invite everyone to attend and come out for not only the camaraderie and the companionship, but to hear some great remarks from our very own Dr. Edwards.
Thank you. Beacon of Hope, Mrs. Preston and Mr. Andrews.
Okay, Beacon of Hope has been quite busy. Their last board meeting was January the 24th, so I had a conflict on that date because that was the date of your presentation. The next board meeting will take place on March 27th and again at 5:30. In late January, Beacon of Hope took 40 juniors and seniors from EC Glass and Heritage to Virginia Tech to tour the campus and, just kind of get used to what was taking place there. And as it turned out, they attended, all of the students that attended have current GPAs and SAT scores that meet Virginia Tech's admission requirements. And so that's really an optimistic thought that a lot of these kids will be able to go there. The federal government has overhauled the FAFSA process somewhat, and so that has caused the Beacon of Hope to have a lot of professional development programs to inform us, parents, teachers, students, of the changes in that process. And so February 8th at Glass and February 22nd at Heritage from 5:30 to 7:30, parents from the schools are invited to go on either of those nights, and they can go on to the other school if one night doesn't work for them, just so they can get familiar with the process. The deadline for student applications for the Beacon Commonwealth Scholarship is February the 15th, and 25 of the 2024 seniors from Heritage and EC Glass will ultimately be awarded a $5,000 scholarship to attend a college or a technical certification program outside of the Stay Close, Go Far region. May 15th is the deadline for the Stay Close, Go Far Promise Scholarship, and those scholarships are awarded to any graduating senior from LCS that's pursuing a college or technical certification program at one of the local colleges, CVCC, University of Lynchburg, Liberty, Randolph, Sweetbriar, Longwood, and Central College of Nursing. And so I'm going to let my friend take over.
Shout out to Alea Andrews. That's my daughter. She was one of the students that went to Virginia Tech.
Yay.
So I'm a proud dad, man. Almost about to cry up there. Let's see. Summer internship program is approaching. 30 businesses have signed up to host LCS interns this year. They're looking to place 80 Heritage and EC Glass rising juniors and seniors in the month-long paid internship. And then save the date for Beacon of Hope's Hope X event. That will be March the 22nd at the Academy down on Main Street. This year's live speaking or speaker storytelling event will feature 3 local and nationally recognized speakers and 4 LCS alumni speakers. So make sure you put that date on your calendar. It's been a pretty good event in the past. I'm sure they will top it this year. So that's all I got.
Okay. And one of the speakers will be Jamie Spinner.
Yep.
Who,
That's exactly
yeah,
right.
who is we know because Denise works here. His mom works here, and he's now on the board for Beacon of Hope, by the way.
Thank you. Ad hoc Discipline and Policy Review Committee, Dr. Day.
Yes, the committee met on January 25th, and what we spent our time doing is going through the responses that we'd had, 20 pages of responses to the survey that we sent out in October, asking a number of questions about discipline policies, where they maybe need to be changed, or concerns that people had. And as a result of that discussion, we identified 5 particular topics that we thought were highest priority for our consideration in upcoming meetings. Those 5 topics were cell phone policy, classroom management training, policies relating to drug use and drug-associated disruptions, clarification of policy JFCA. That's a policy that allows under certain circumstances a teacher to request that a student be removed from their classroom, not just on a one-time basis, but on a long-term basis. Its purpose and what the process should be for that. And then fifthly, our anti-bullying policy. So these are topics that we want to now look at in detail now that we've identified these sort of 5 subject areas, and we're going to then come back to those and look more specifically, and probably at top of the list is cell phone policy that we'll be looking at in detail at our next meeting, which will be the 22nd of this month.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Academic Success Committee, Mr. Jalil.
We're going to have on the agenda Plexus Unlimited Tutoring, which offers 5 tutoring sessions for students, personalized one-on-one lessons, over 90 academic subjects, select from certified tutors on top universities, and you can rewatch the sessions with saved recordings. That's one of the things we're going to cover. And I believe we're also going to talk about
The pamphlet.
yes. Go ahead.
The focus on the pamphlet to getting information out, at hospitals and other places around the city where people can know on one side, on the elementary sort of level, from birth to elementary, this is what our schools offer, and this is what, things to focus on, and give them links and stuff, just to help pre-prep their child for pre-K even. And then on the other side, it will be for your middle high schools, new people coming. These are the kind of activities we have and clubs and things, put links in there so that one side you can say, oh, this is what I need to do to prepare my child for school. And another side you can say, oh, this is all the things that they offer. So let's, we can have some choices to choose from. So being more transparent about what's going on in Lynchburg and how you can best prepare your child to come and to get involved with their academics. And also, we'll be talking about, what else I put on there? I am having trouble tonight keeping stuff together. We put in there that, and the kindergarten screener. Yes, so we're going to get an update on that. So you can see how that's come. It's underway. So that's a really good focus that we want to have kindergarten teachers to be able to know, to get time in May, hopefully. We were told before that they can come in, parents can come in, and the screener will basically be, watching their child walk, or how they hold a ball, or just figure out some like ABCs, numbers, what did you know? Maybe if they have other services they receive already. So it's giving teachers an idea of the students and their class makeup and what they need to have for them before they get to school, instead of starting in school starts and taking the first month to 2 months to figure out what they need. So we're trying to beat that ahead of time. So so that's what the kindergarten screener is for. So I'm looking forward to it. Rustburg has helped us with that a little bit, so with an idea, and so hopefully we can get that out and do that for Lynchburg City Schools this May, and then prep, and then the teachers be prepped. Now, of course, you'll have children that will show up anytime in the school year, so then you just screen them then, but hopefully this will be a good prep for teachers to be prepared, better prepared when school starts.
Dr. Carter, you had a question? Or? No? Okay. I just wanted to, before I'll ask my question then. Academics is the focus, as one of the speakers said today, and hoping that our focus will come back to academics. Whether Dr. Day's Pulse scores or whatever, we need to be talking about how to work and build up the academic infrastructure of our division.
Well, I know that on curriculum instruction, we're gonna look at I requested to look at the adoption process, that they're trying to look at right now for elementary, so we'd like to see that too.
And Mr. DePaul shared his flyer on George Washington tutoring, that go up. And Mrs. Lowry, I know I missed your question during the consent agenda. I'll break the protocol.
No, I
against the
I guess
parliamentarian, but
I'm
would you
still
like
learning.
to ask that question now?
Well, it was just on the human resources, and when I looked at the certified
Is that okay, Dr.
personnel,
Edwards?
I just noticed there was a name on there twice. She was nominated and then resigned. I thought that was really odd. So,
Is this in the addendum or the main
this
part of the
is
report?
on the consent agenda, human resources report.
Crystal Crew. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
she's on
We
both.
shouldn't be saying names, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just saw a person whose name was on both.
So you can work with Ms. Steele or Dr. Edwards to fix it.
Oh, okay, so
We
we
can
don't
do
bring it
that,
up here.
right?
Gotcha. All right.
Thank you. Now we move to item K1, 2024 calendar discussion, Dr. Edwards.
Oh, sure. Still on the other one. Hold on, let me catch up to you. Yeah, it does say placeholder, but we can remove the word placeholder now that we are bringing the calendar back. This is the calendar that was presented to the school board at the last work session meeting. Kat Phillips, who is the chair of the calendar committee, was here last time. I don't think. Oh. Wow. I was like, I did not see her up here, but she is in person now. Okay, Kat Phillips is in person now. Wow, that you made my night. There it is. This is for the second reading. It is up for adoption, and of course, we would be happy to answer any additional questions.
Well, and I will say, Ms. Lowry emailed me a few questions earlier. Would you let me just go ahead and respond to those?
Sure, that's fine.
So one of the questions that she asked was about that enrollment day. If you look at the calendar, our orientation day is before enrollment day. And our committee, we actually worked from August 20th on. Dr. Edwards had surveyed all the principals in August, so this past August, with that workday, all of those things, and got input from them, and they had already seen that part of the calendar. So the question was, could the orientation day be moved till after enrollment? I will say, knowing how the OLR has changed over the years, I didn't even have to show my proof of residency this year because I uploaded it, and you can do it all from the device. If you, and as the schools, they call the staff, the secretaries, I was at DESI, and there was literally nothing to do on enrollment day because they had already talked to all the families that were having issues. They reached out to those families. So I think enrollment day is less of an issue as what it used to be. We are improving. So I do think that, and Dr. Edwards, you can definitely speak to that.
Sure, and feedback that we received from the secondary crew was that when it's the other way around, you have the enrollment day, then kids we're done. We don't have to go to orientation. So they really want more children to participate in the orientation. So that was a group decision that we can try it, get data, see how it works, and go from there. So.
Could you do one for one and one for the other, have the high school keep it the way they like it, but switch it for elementary since you have so many brand new children coming?
I would have to take that back to
for their that's bringing their physical, they have to bring immunization. They have so many things they have to bring in person, or for people that are not doing it online, they they can only do it in person for whatever reason.
The
Like, could you
enrollment day?
do, for example, could you have, for high school, they like the orientation first? So keep it first for them, and then just for elementary, swap it. Would that work, or no?
Again, not being on the calendar
Yeah.
committee and having,
Yeah, with
that's one of those things where I have to delegate. It's a D3 where they kind of tell me.
Yeah, okay.
I think they all worked together and came up with that, and that was fine. And again, just like the other things that we did last year with the staggered pre-K, we said we would look at it and see, and if it were worthwhile, we would recommend continuing it, and if it didn't work, we'd be open to go back and revisit it. So.
All right.
So some of the other questions that you had were looking at those half days. So teachers, you said teachers ask for more breaks after recounting the days between elementary and high school. This is not working in favor of the students' academia. Elementary would have 9 early dismissal days, which is almost 2 weeks of learning loss. High school with 12 would only have 166. I think that's full days of school. One thing that we really looked at with the calendar was, yes, the teachers needed to have some breaks, but they also needed, the students did, parents, but we needed to have time, intentional time for them to provide good instruction and to collaborate. In the 2024-25 school year, I think we're getting new math SOLs, math and social studies, and for 25-26, we will have gone through ELA and science. So we're adopting 4 fully implemented with no crosswalk years SOLs. So having time, like thinking upstream, having that time built into the calendar. Yes, the kids are going to go home a little bit earlier, but the teachers will have time to not only have their first grade team at a school or their 7th grade team or their biology team, they'll be able to do it across the division. So we just feel like there's going to be more time for us to get ahead of the standards that need to be addressed. So yes, we might lose a few hours of learning time. At the high school, there will be more hours because they're taking 7 classes versus 8. At the elementary, there might be a fewer hours where they're learning. However, I think that the elementary teachers will be able to create, and this was the consensus of the committee, to create better lessons, to have more engaging things. So we're going for the quality, not having them feel overwhelmed. And we have a lot of those certified teachers, new teachers, they just need that support built in. So that was, even though the numbers kind of look like, ooh, we're really missing a bunch of days of school, we wanted to get the kids there, make sure they were fed, make sure they had really great instruction, but then also allow their teachers to have time to provide that really great instruction piece. So that was our thought for those early dismissal days. And 20 years ago, every month, elementary school, actually, they had a half-day planning. Our elementary teachers always remind us, they're like, what about our half-day? And, well, we intentionally planned those 2 on the end of the interim so that they could work on some grading and posting grades. And at the quarter, so they're very strategically placed so that it'll help the teachers, but it'll also even provide them with a space so that when they get to the professional learning days, which is once a quarter, they won't be like, oh my gosh, I have to go learn this and improve myself. I haven't even got my classroom wet. So we just felt like this is gonna allow the dust to settle, people to take a deep breath, and us hopefully just rocket our kids forward. So that was our thought behind those half days.
Did parents have a chance to chime in on the
They
survey?
did, and they also, so, half days, if you flip a coin, some love them, some hate them. As a teacher, I loved them because I could have 20 minutes with my earth science kids. I could see what they knew, and then they went home. Or it could be 20 minutes, let's see if I can get you all the things that you need to make up. You were able to have a very intentional spiral review, something, and then we got to have that little extra long weekend. They're all right there on the half, or I was planning for what's coming ahead. And so when I went home on the weekend, I wasn't scrambling, trying to get things done. I felt we just felt a little bit more settled. So I think that's going to take some teaching of everybody to know that a half day doesn't mean, oh, we're just going to have fun and have a, pep rally.
No, I don't think it was that.
Yeah,
I don't think
but,
it was that. Yeah.
But the parents, and I do think we'll need to have some community partners for those parents who are full-time working, can't take those extra days off. But that's something that we started talking as a team and thinking about ways that we can maybe have some of those activities for students who won't have a parent that can be home for them.
Well,
because that's an issue.
Yeah,
Huge
because
one.
the other side of that coin too is if parents know, and I experienced this as a teacher at Palmer Mill, if there's a half day, you have kids that aren't going to show up. because they're just not going to be there.
So there are, that you're absolutely right. I hope that we can present it in a way that the kids want to be there. They will be excited to be there. They're going to know that my teacher is excited. They're going to be there. It's not going to be a day that we write off and say, oh, it's just a half day. There's nothing's going to happen. There's not going to be learning. We want them to be, and I think that that's all in from the CNI team, which is, I feel like we can present that. We can get our teachers on board. So the kids, again, we want them to want to be there. And I feel like we have the chronic absenteeism. There's some things that we don't want these half days to become an issue. That is, if you see with the Thanksgiving, that's something we didn't really talk about, that full week break. Those 2 days, people are sick or take off or the families didn't come. So we looked at how low those attendance rates were and said, you know what? I know we're giving 2 days to staff and families, but they're not coming. And so let's just go ahead and meet them where they are. Let them go ahead and travel or what have you, whatever the reason was they didn't come, so that we could get them there when they're gonna be.
Yeah, I was thinking that, I think the kids were excited to come on a half day. I'm just thinking parents are like that working, like, oh, I won't be home at that time to get you, or, so they just don't bring them, you know? They don't let them come to school.
So we'll have some of those things in place where we can get the community involved. And, you know, we've already started talking about, we're like, but we've got to get this approved first before we can, you know.
Yeah, gotcha.
Cart and
I see what
horse.
you're saying. Okay. Thank you for.
Yeah, does that answer your questions?
Other questions? I just had one email I received and I shared with Dr. Edwards. A parent asked, could we have a fall break around, what is it?
Columbus Day.
Columbus Day weekend. And I think you took care of it, just wanted for public's interest if somebody else has the same.
Sure. So if you look at the calendar, where the actual early release days and the break days for students are, they're at the end of each marking period. And I do want to take you back to something that Selah from Heritage said. The kids want more mental health days. So think about your secondary students, particularly at the end of the marking period, having done like, okay, it's over, and gearing up for, you know, you almost get a new fresh start to start a new marking period. So that's one of the reasons why they're tagged where they're tagged, rather than around like a Columbus Day, which is a natural holiday as well. Also helps teachers with grading too.
Other questions? Thank you. Do we have to?
Yes, this is up.
Is there a motion to approve the calendar as presented by the superintendent?
I move that we approve the draft 2024-25 LCS calendar.
Dr. Carter, second. Mr. Andrews, any more further discussion?
Yeah, I mean, they have a.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio,
Abstain.
Mr. Andrews,
Yes.
Mr. Trost,
Yes.
Dr. Day,
Yes?
Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
Dr. Carter,
Yes.
Mrs. Preston,
Yes.
Mr. DePaul,
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is fiscal year 2025 operating budget. Dr. Edwards and Dr. Day, both of you. Go ahead.
I've got a lot to share, so I don't know.
Go ahead.
Dave. Oh, well, okay, there we go. So this is a continuation of our budget discussion from last month. And just for the public to know that this is, much of this is our data review phase while we, look at what's going on in the General Assembly, as well as working with City Council. And you've heard tonight some of the financial constraints that we are under. I think Mr. Luce mentioned something about pay tables being frozen up until 2018, and I think that was one of the first things that we worked on when I came here, and we put the pay tables or our pay schedules back in place, and they have been in place ever since 2018. Also, just looking at the cost of living of everything is going up, as we know. That's affecting us too. I know my utility bills at home are up, and Dr. Wodeka knows that the utility bills here are also up. So those are some of the things that we are facing, in addition to wanting to stay competitive and retain our talented staff and also recruit talented staff. being somewhat competitive with the neighboring counties. We've done a lot of work last year with raising the minimum hourly wage to $15 an hour, and also the starting teacher salary to $47,000. And we find ourselves here with going into the next year's budget, where we're experiencing a cut from the state revenue from last year, but also over the 5 or 6 years, seeing that decrease in support from our city council as well. So those items together, along with having both the joy and now, the not so joy of having CARES funds, which we use to do some wonderful things for our students, including, virtual programs, LCS Restore, and many other things, including investing in some HVAC things that we couldn't get done because we just have been fiscally strapped. We are here trying to put together the fiscal 2025 budget. You all have asked for some data. We have more data that we want to share with you tonight. And what I would like to do first is kind of give you a description of everything that we have and tell you why you have it. And then we can go back and kind of talk through the talking points that we started in terms of how do we close that $17 million difference between the increases in health insurance and other things, as well as the CARES money to the request. That work?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so you have a little packet that has letters A through G, and I will get this up to the public, but I apologize, when our meetings are back to back to back and we're just trying to get data and still run a school division, it becomes very difficult to do all of this in quick, fast, and a hurry, but we wanted to make sure that we had information for you. And I have labeled everything just to make it easier for us to go back and call it out. So the first document, labeled A, is the LCS entity health insurance costs. And just to give you an overview, and we're going to come back to each of these, but just to give you an overview of why we have this or what this is, this lists every entity, including LCS, that we provide health insurance for. It lists the premiums that we collect from the employees in that entities. It lists for the last 2 years the claims that were the costs that we had to pay out, and then, of course, the difference between the two. And you have that for the fiscal year of 2022 and fiscal year 2023. You don't have this year's because we're still in the middle of this year's. This is something that the board has asked us to look at in the past, so I wanted to provide that data as a talking point, we're not asking anybody to make any decisions, just talk. If you go to B, this is the enrollment as of January 31st. And this one is a little bit more detailed because it breaks down by school, not only the total enrollment, but also gender and ethnicity by school. And if you go to the, I guess it's page 3, the one thing that I want to bring to your attention, at the bottom, you'll see student population excluding white, not of Hispanic origin. And it breaks down each of the schools' population, so that you could say, some folks say that's the minority population or the non-white population currently in our schools. So as we move forward, and if we're continuing with school consolidation, one of the things that we're looking at is what does the current makeup of our schools look like, and use that information to move forward so that we don't segregate the schools, and we make sure that we're doing a nice balance as we do closer to home zoning with that. And I do want to clarify the difference between neighborhood schools and closer to home zoning, and I don't have a map in here. But if you were to look at our elementary map, you will see it's color-coded, and we just have splotches of
It's out in the lobby.
out in the lobby, yeah, it's color-coded. So, and we have different neighborhoods going here, here, and here. When we're talking closer to home zoning, it's to reduce some of that, but also just to get bands that look a little bit more stratified in terms of where kids are going. It's not a circle around a school. It still has to expand out a little bit because we have a lot of some geography to cover. Thank you. So that is the map. We're trying to condense that to make it a little bit more, I guess, less splotchy is my word right there, but also to even out the bands. We can't do that without really considering the population of kids that might be in those zones. And I know my parents are extremely concerned about that. And I never want parents to think we're not thinking about that, not working on that. And our plan is to kind of, once we get a draft or something, obviously it's got to come out a couple times. We've got to get eyes on it a few times just to make sure that we're doing it right. So in addition to making sure that we're looking at the racial balance, of course we want to make sure the gender balance, ethnicity, economic good God,
Disadvantage.
thank you, disadvantage, to make sure that we're considering all of those as we start to look at what a prospective school zone will be. So that's why I really want you to focus on what do our schools look like now, so that as we move forward, we have something to kind of compare it to, baseline to, and see if there's areas where we can make some changes and improvements. That work's being done now. We're kind of working on it right now, and then we hope to bring that to the board. We're really excited if we can get it to the work session at the end of this month, but definitely by March. If you go back to what we said for 2025, it takes time to do that and do that in a thoughtful manner. And that's why we want to start working on that now, even though the projected date is the fall of 2025, pending the space available. So you need that. Also, it just tells you how many kids we have, so that'll help out there. Letter C, what I did was just take a snapshot of the current 10-month teacher pay table. And this is where we are right now as we consider moving forward. One of the things that we had talked about was just how the teacher pay tables are a little different than the administrative ones or the classified ones. And you'll hear me talk about the step, moving from step 1 to step 2 to step 3. On most of our pay tables, the steps are the same percentage. So it's either a 1% change for everybody, or 2, or 1.83. Different pay tables are different. But on a teacher pay table, it is different. So I really wanted the board to see that there are places on here where the steps are very, I'll say, step favorable. There's some steps that you get to where it's almost like a reward to veteran staff who have been here for a while. You can see some changes in that. So that's important, as when we had that discussion about is it possible to look at the teacher pay table and change it. I wanted you to at least see those differences there. This is also going to be important as we have a discussion about the 1% bonus that's in the budget. So what's in the budget, proposed in the governor's budget, so I'm just going to say governor's budget, is a 1% bonus, not a salary increase. So what does that look like in terms of this dynamic? We're going to have a conversation about that as well.
The salary numbers here, are those the current salary or the salary after the increase?
This is the current, this is what they're making right now,
Okay.
for the current year.
Is there, I'm looking at the percentage increases, and I'm looking at the year of 26, 27, 28, where it's 6.76. Was there a reason why these are all different?
This was the pay schedule that the one that was frozen for 11 years that the LEA worked with the board to kind of reinstate, and that was already in there. I can tell you, having worked in other states and other divisions on teacher pay tables where they are negotiated, you will see some things like this where in some divisions do a There's an increase if you get from 9 to 10 and from 14 to 15. They'll incentivize it in the pay tables.
So that's the answer.
I don't know if that's
I
the
could
answer
probably
here, because I wasn't here.
I was here. I could probably answer that. When the 27 ones, because you're getting close to retirement, your last 3 years matter. So that's why we got asked for that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
For years, when I think someone talked about it, Mr., I forgot his name, Dunbar, Luce, that for years when the well, anyway, what happened is the teachers, they were promised, some of the senior teachers that were near 25, 24 years were promised a significant increase, and they went years, probably 7 years without receiving anything. So we intentionally put that there so that they'll be able to make that up at some point, because.
And then increase retirement at the same time.
Well, I don't know about retirement. This was intentional.
The retirement one was at 27 years. That's why it's stuck there, because your last 3 years
You
matter.
prefer
on
questions
your
after your
retirement.
presentation?
Yep, I'm
So
just.
let's hold on to the questions till she's finished.
Yeah, I'm laying the groundwork for what will be very productive conversations. Letter D is the classified pay schedules, and it was important that you see them all. So if you go to the second page and we have Schedule A, we'll see that we start at $15 an hour as the starting salary. There's a little compression there in the beginning, as you see steps 1, 2, and 3, and then it increases. If you look at Schedule B, the start is $15.24. So as we get to those conversations where perhaps there's a proposal to add $2 to make the starting now on Schedule A $17, you can see if you increase Schedule A to $17, now B is less, so we will have to make some adjustments there. C is less, some adjustments will be there. And then you would come to a point where you're at Schedule D. Do you stay? Do you move? Do you add? Those are all things that we considered when the last time that we adjusted pay tables. So it's not as simple. I don't want the public to think it's as simple as just saying, hey, those people who are making 15, they're going to be making 17, because it goes across and it goes down. So we have those just so that you can refer to that. Letter E is something that was in the pyramid from last year, so I just kind of recreated it, but not in a pyramid, put it in a chart here so that you can see just contributions to some of the community organizations that are our key partners or that work with us. And this is just a dollar amount for either a contribution that we make, or in some cases where we are sponsoring a table so that board members, administrators, teachers. I mean, last year we had Heather McCormick was the VCIC Humanitarian Award, so we sponsored a table for LCS and for Glass to attend. So you have that cost there. Letter F is also was in last year's information, just so that you know what the division pays for tuition or extra services for students who are participating in things beyond the high school program, things, once again, that we 100% love and support and want to keep. But for dual enrollment, early college, dual enrollment in the CTE Academy, the Gov School, and the STEM Academy, and you can see how many students are participating, the approximate cost, and this is just tuition, no other, it doesn't count for any administrative time being the fiscal agent or any of that, just what's spent on tuition for the students. And then lastly, G, which we'll probably get to and spend the bulk of our time discussing, is as we look at the task of trying to cut that budget down to a more reasonable ask. I think the board said 47.5 is what we sent to the city. One of the things that we talked about is the cuts that we would have to make. Now, over the last 3 years, we've made some significant cuts at the administration level. And again, our philosophy is always start at the top and then go to the school. So this is some more detail about what we are proposing to do, should we not get funding to do the things that we need to do. So you have the detail there. So I wanted to just start with giving you the data, and then, taking any specific questions about what you have, and then using the data to kind of guide the discussion about where you want to go.
Dr. Edwards, is this a public information?
It will be.
Is this a way to put it on board docs so people can see it?
I will scan it and put it on. I mean, when I tell you it was hot off the presses, it was hot off the presses. I was trying to hurry up and get all this to you tonight,
Thank you.
so, yes.
Someone who wanted, they can have my copy.
Oh, you're saying you want to offer your copy to someone in the audience?
Yes,
if
if
they
they
wanna-
want it, can have, because I don't want them to be feeling that we are discussing.
I can put it in the front
something.
row here, and if someone wants to
I
come.
think I have some extras somewhere, so I don't have a lot.
Because I don't want you to think that you're looking at something we are discussing and you have no idea.
With them.
I'll share with you. when I-
Sure. In fact, I have 2 copies of one of them. I ended up with 2 of these.
So I did have some extra ones, so.
We do that.
Just give me-
Seeing the newspaper.
This is an extra also.
So what we wanted to do this evening with the school board is make sure that you have enough data and information to make some guided discussions. I will say that this is not what I want to do. I will stand by just where I was in 2020, saying that we really need to fund public schools. And I'm all about being a team player and working together when times are tough. But I think our kids deserve much more than where we are currently. And I'm hopeful that we can get there. We've got some great things planned, but we do have some tough decisions to make.
Can I ask, just to clarify what some of these numbers are? The document C, you explained to me that the salary numbers are current salaries.
Yes.
And the step increase percentages, there's the step from what to what?
So if I'm on step 1 and I'm going to step 2 next year, I'm basically, if you look at where.
Oh,
step 2
this is from
zero.
one,
It's
it increased
the-
from one step to the
to
next.
It's the cost of a
okay.
step. So most places, when you use a guide, when you're building your budget, you factor in the cost of a step, and then you also factor in, hey, what if we add a 2% increase on top of
Okay,
that step?
I understand.
Let me just follow up on the same table, just, over the top, there was some concern, so they are beyond 30 years of service?
Right.
And what happens to those teachers?
So the practice for over the top, so if you go to the bottom and you see you're at step 34 and there's no step 35, 6, no step 60, part of that is there's no step increase, but if there was a percentage that was added onto the guide, they would get that part of it. But there's no step for them. The other thing, and there's a reason why we do step 34 and not go up to step 60 or 70. And I'm gonna let Dr. he has the best explanation for that, so.
So, when we look at our pay scales, it's all about the Virginia retirement system, right? So how do you get to that amount? So, in the old Plan 1, which Ms. Lowry would have been a part of, you had to have this rule of 80, where your years of experience plus your age had to equal 80. Well, nowadays, it's, for people who, like me, who are in Plan 2 and the hybrid plans, it's about the rule of 90. So your age plus your experience has to get to 90. So if you're a teacher when you start when you're 22, you do 34 years of experience, that's 56 years. So you add, your age is 56, right? Plus 34 is 90. And that's why that number is, just simple. Yeah.
Mrs. Preston had a question, and then Dr. Carter.
No, I was simply going to say, but there are some places where there is no increase. Like if I was going from step 3 to step 4, I would not have any increase at all then?
Yeah, so when we first reinstated the pay tables, we did in every other year. And the reason for that was, up until recent years, the increases were coming out every 2 years. So we could budget for, if we knew, like, here's the funds for the biennium. If we put the money on the front end of the biennium, and then we would go no raise and then raise and raise, and it was broken out so that it would be beneficial that way, but it also helped the division plan for it. It got tricky when we did raise and raise for both years in the biennium, which has been of late. Like this last one was 5%, 5%, then another 2%, as opposed to saying a 3% increase over 2 years is what. So the teacher table still has that in it. I do believe, I don't think the classified tables do. I think we fix that in the classified table. So that is also something for us to look at going forward as we do that.
Dr. Carter? You.
Reading is powerful. Reading, I found my answer.
Other questions for Dr. Edwards? Dr. Edwards, going back to that reduction table you had, it was table E, is it E? The final? G. So, let's go through that in item by item in there, so we know public can understand how we arrived at that $9.1 million saving, right? You're proposing, would you be able, kind enough to go through?
Yes, I can go through table G.
Preliminary to that question, this is an itemization of what originally occurred as the 70 to 90, I think,
Yes.
positions on January 9th. This is an elaboration of what those are.
So that's table G.
That's table G. that I'm-
That's my last name, Gupta.
Oh, this is named after you.
The Gupta file, table G.
I don't think you bought that.
I don't think you want to. You don't. No, none of us want this, so
It was not intentional, so I just wanted to.
let me just say that.
So that's on G.
Having to cut or having to come up with, so and I do want to be clear, because some folks, they're like, $17 million, did you have $17 million worth of CARES positions? No, it was not $17 million worth of CARES positions. So there's a lot of things that are in here, including the increases in the insurance and so on and so forth. So, but having to make up that deficit at $9 million following what we did last year. I don't want to lose that the last 2 years we have cut from administration to balance the budget. Right. This is the third year and a much bigger cut that we don't want to do, but this is where we are, to sort of balance the budget. It's also complicated this year because we have some programs that aren't sort of direct instruction, but from the teacher perspective, helps instruction. So when you look at things like the LCS Restore program, and we're wondering about children who they might need a little extra time somewhere else. Well, we know somewhere else can't be home, because that's not helping the learning environment. But if they can spend some time in the Restore program, that's mutually beneficial. It's beneficial for the teacher who's teaching the classroom. It's beneficial for the kids in the classroom who are focused on the learning. It's beneficial for the kid who needed the extra in the other room and can get that extra. So we've done that. So as we are looking at how to balance the budget, some would say, well, just do it in chronological order. Whatever was here way back when, you keep that and then you cut what was new. We're trying to look at it from the lens of what's best for kids. And so here we are again, having to make decisions about cutting things, what's best for kids. And parents are still here, and sometimes what's best for kids, when it runs up against a dollar amount, it's a big fight. And that's where we are right now, and that's somewhat that got us into the business of school closures and just trying to consolidate for various reasons. So when you look at this, the way that we did the chart for you all was to say, here are the number of positions that we have in this particular department or area. And then this is what we're proposing if we have to, kicking and screaming, make some changes for next year. And then there's a total reduction of positions. So you can see by department what those total reductions are and where they are. And then we put a column that said, of those positions, which ones were cares. So if I go right there, you'll be able to figure out which ones are LCS Restore, because there's a 17 that come out of the Student Services Department, and that's cares funded. And then you'll see the Virtual Academy as being cares funded down there as well. All of the other positions that we are proposing have been in the operating budget and would have to come out of the operating budget. So, and then we gave you sort of an estimated total of what we have there. Some of it has to be tweaked. It's a work in progress, so just, I put a little disclaimer down there at the bottom to say, while this is where we are, we always have to go back, compare it to what's SOQ, what's impacted. In special education particularly, there's a maintenance of effort that we are held to, so we always have to look at that as we move programs, consolidate, and look and make sure that things are balanced. So this is a first level of, if we had to, what would those cuts look like? And pretty much every department, with the exception of HR, I do believe is experiencing cuts here.
So, you know, I'm gonna say, because these are 67 people we have in our Lynchburg City School family. I know every year we have a turnover of people who leave the district, they retire. So instead of cutting, do you foresee many of these people to be reallocated if they want to or would like to, instead of losing their jobs?
Yeah. So that's an excellent question, and that really works when we're talking about, let's say, elementary teachers, because of the number that you have in that position. When you get down to some of the specialty positions, if somebody doesn't retire, there's 3 people that do that job and nobody's leaving, there's no space for you to go. The thing that makes this, and I shared this with the school board, is that we're always looking at the skill set of all of our employees and seeing like, well, you may have been in this position, and if there is an opening over here, are you qualified? Is it something that you've done in the past? Are you know, if we can move people into those positions. But to the best of our ability, we do like we did last year. We went through retirements, resignations, some voluntary transfers for some folks who wanted to do some things, but we ended up riffing people too last year. It was not pleasant last year. People did lose their jobs and in some cases took jobs for less pay, but still dedicated to LCS. So that's where we are.
So in transportation, we've been hearing that we have shortage of drivers, and I see a 1% reduction. Is that a driver or just a?
Dr. Gupta, there is a reason why there are not specific things
Okay.
on here.
All right, that's
because, one,
just-
we have not
I
had
just want-
conversations with people to do
I
that.
just want people not to perceive that we are laying off drivers and then, calling that we have shortage of people to drive our kids.
It's not a driver.
Okay.
I have a question. Special education, it's separated out of curriculum and instruction. Aren't teachers and special education been around forever? It's not, but it's not part of it.
They have their own budget, their cost center.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Dr. Edwards, could you just explain what the various position classification reductions means
What do you mean?
online?
The next to last.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
I'm
didn't do
sorry.
the second half of the chart. Okay.
On-
I was stopping at
chart
the
G?
top. Okay, yes. No, I got you. I was stuck on everything up to superintendent. Okay. So if I go down to the next part of the table, which doesn't have the people, you'll see underneath the superintendent's office cuts, there is a $1 million requests that we take $1 million from our reserve health insurance to kind of shore up health insurance. Now, here we go again. It's a Band-Aid. It's not a solution. It's a Band-Aid because we need that $1 million. But once you take it from the reserve, the next year and the next year and the next year, where's that money coming from? So, you know, that I just want to point that out.
Depleting the reserves.
Yeah, we are, but the reserve is not a revenue that is going to
Right.
give that to you.
Somebody would have to reconstitute it.
Right, so it falls back into next year's, when we do the FY26 budget, this is the first thing, like, hey, y'all, don't forget, we gotta account for this going forward. And that's assuming nothing else happens in health insurance with that. So that's one. Did you have a question just about that, or?
Yes.
Go ahead, Steph.
What is the surety that if we withdraw that won't get absorbed, or that council won't take it and use it for something else?
Well, it's in a reserve specifically
Right.
for health insurance.
I know.
They usually don't touch it. Like, it's like our textbook reserve, that it's
So
for
that's-
that specific
That's certain.
I'm gonna say it's certain.
How does money get into those reserve accounts? Do we put it in?
Put it in.
So it comes out of our budget into the reserve account? Okay.
Okay. The next line is the contractual mental health services, and I do have Dr. Brown here, so I don't mess this up. And there's about $2 million over the course of the current year and next year. So if we hold on, well, it's $1 million and $1 million. If we hold on the current year and use it to help balance the budget next year, so if we didn't use it this year, and then we used next year's money, again, that's a Band-Aid, right? That solves a problem right now, but it doesn't generate revenue.
So who will provide services to our kids that need
Well,
counseling?
this is extra and above as a part of, outside of Restore, when you look at what's actually in the grant that I have. And this is one of those wonderful things that when COVID hit and we thought, all we need is a behavioral coach, that wasn't all we needed. Like, our kids, and not just our kids, need some significant help if they're really going to stay focused on academics. No child is focusing on academics if they're not feeling their mental strength. Let me say it that way. We've got to do that. We're looking at where we can find savings. So that's not an ideal thing. It's not what we want to do. I'm sure Dr. Brown is over there saying, no, 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 please no. And every kid who's benefiting from those services is also saying, no, 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 this is not what we want to do. But these are the hard decisions that we're forcing.
Just save money, I'm assuming we are not shortchanging these kids for the services they require. Or will there be a backup plan to provide those services through some other means?
You want to come up, Dr. Brown, and just explain a little bit more how this is?
If you cut out $2 million in counseling services to contractual services, how will you provide those services to our kids?
If we cut that money, we will have to reduce services. So there's no way that we would be able to sustain the current level of services. And it does seem like we've brought in a lot of money over the last year, because we're just shy of $10 million in grant revenue, but that's spread over 5 years in one grant, 3 years in one grant, and just to June in another grant. And we still don't have services at all of our schools. So the $400,000 grant that we just received that you approved, that gives us services until June to expand services to our middle school programs. But after June, you know, we've already talked to those agencies providing those services. We have no guarantee that we're able to sustain those services into next year, which, you know, it's a catch-22, because those students will need services, and especially if it's being supportive, but something's better than nothing, and we are able to provide those services right now. So in short, if those funds are not available, we'll have to reduce the amount of services, and we'll be further from our goal of providing services for all, mental health services for all of our students in all of our schools.
So what impact do you foresee of reduction of their services on their academic pursuits in Lynchburg City Schools?
Well, we believe through the LCS Restore system and our philosophy that you have to take care of students' basic needs before they can thrive and excel with their academic goals and their academic endeavors. So it's vital for our students to be in a stable and thriving place mentally in order for them to succeed in the classroom. And it's really difficult when they have anxiety and depression for them to be able to focus on the classroom with test scores.
And part of what if you remember a couple years ago when there was changes in Medicaid and services just went downhill, we saw that. We saw what was happening with kids who, because of the changes, they weren't getting seen and there were no services available. And, you know, just for the public, of course a parent can say, I as a parent, if I have health insurance, I can go out and I can do what I need to do, you know, on my own. But many children don't have that option. So one of the things that we decided to do was really, if we could keep our kids in school and serve them in school, we could match those services and also boost up the academic profile for our children. That's what we were trying to do before COVID hit, and then COVID hit, and that just...
I was going to ask, do these kids qualify for a CHIP program, you know, Children's Health Insurance Program? If they do, can the school system bill through a private program? I'm just trying to find a way so their kids are not left out.
Right. One of the things that we have looked into as a source of sustaining our programming long-term is there should be some changes that aren't solidified yet to Medicaid that would allow our school systems to bill. So we're always thinking about sustainability, and we have these grants for 3 to 5 years, but that gives us some time in order to put those systems in place, work with our financial team to be able to bill for Medicaid services. But I'm unsure at this time about the other and insurance that you mentioned, if that's something that our agencies, outside agencies, can do. Some of our outside agencies, there's one that we work on that does take private insurance, but all the other ones that are providing services aren't able to do that, and that's because of the billing structure and the certifications of those agencies.
And Dr. Brown, what's your experience after COVID-19 in terms of need for these services for our students?
It's no doubt that they've increased, the needs have increased, the behaviors and the mental health concerns and issues that our students are experiencing, not just in Lynchburg, but across the state and across the nation. There's a lot of reports that are coming out just that show that increase, and so it's vital for us to be able to provide those services. If not, we're not going to be able to adequately meet the needs of these students just through engagement or differentiated instruction. It's a different subset, and we can say that we're not going to do it and somebody else's responsibility, but honestly, it's not going to get taken care of, and these are students that need help and support, and so we're able to do it and committed to doing that work.
This is another one of those double-edged swords that while we have these services and they're great because you've been instrumental in, like you said, all of our schools don't have everything, but it's been like a step-up pilot, and let's keep moving with it. As a classroom teacher, if I do have a student who is struggling and I have the choice of, are the services right here where I can get that help for that child, and versus hoping that, well, maybe after school someone will take them to get service, and then that will, you know, we'll be able to do that, and many parents do. So, you know, I don't want to sound like parents don't. Parents do, and parents want to do. But it's also complicated by parents' ability to do. There's a difference between, I really want to do for my kid, but if I'm an hourly paid parent and to take my child, I have to take off for work. Mm-hmm. Parents have to make some tough choices, right? So that's why we were trying to really all work together to do some things here with that. But that being said, we are now at the tough choices, and just looking, you know, once you get past the people, and we haven't even hit the second part of this, but this is just one of those proposals that we're like.
And Dr. Edwards, additionally, there's unfunded mandates that are required of us as well. And so when certain investigations are initiated, there's counseling services that we are required to provide students. And there's no telling and being able to project how many students would need those services from a year-to-year basis, but some of them are quite expensive. So we utilize these funds to take care of those needs as well.
I'm just hopeful that the people in this community and the people that the politicians in our area are listening to these conversations, because this is not a Lynchburg City Schools issue. This is a Lynchburg issue. And we're all going to pay the price if we are not able to provide these young people with the services, the education, and so forth that they need. And I just hope people will listen to that and recognize that I got to do what I can do. And if what I can do is vote for this, or I can make sure that this kid gets from point A to point B, then I need to do that, because I can do my part, whatever that happens to be. I'm sorry, I'll get off my soapbox now.
And we have all been in these disciplinary committee meetings, and you see parents and children so happy and so appreciative when we were able to offer some type of services. And some of these parents have really gone through and have done all they could, but they were not eligible or able to seek the help they needed. And sometimes if you do, it could be costly. So, but not just mental health for children too, but adults are struggling too. This is just a difficult time for people in general, children and adults. So, whatever we can do to not tap into that would be great.
And additionally, just want to bring it to the board's attention as well. So these are the funds that help us provide substance use counseling as well. And so we also think about mental health, but substance use as well. And then many that were on the board in previous years, you know, if a student is caught with drugs or some sort of substance in school, that would trigger a long-term suspension to alternative placement, as opposed to what we're doing now, which is more restorative, and we're able to provide that substance use counseling, get them the help that they need, work with families. And we're seeing a very, very low rate of students returning and committing those offenses again and again, whereas before we just send them home, not give them the help and counseling that they need so they can overcome those substance use issues.
Go ahead, Mrs. Lam.
My question is, what have you seen as a historical kind of thing for kids that don't get the help? Do they end up becoming homeless, on the street, getting arrested all the time? What's the pattern?
Well, full transparency, I've been here a year and a half, and so I'm not able to project and see with certainty or empirical data that, you know, what the long-term effect of it. I can speculate, and anecdotally I can say, you know, it impacts students. And so we can, you know, what's the saying? It's easier to build strong boys than break. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I was just thinking.
Yeah, we just want to be the
heard
proactive as
information.
possible and make sure that later on we're not trying to do it. Ms. Preston was saying, you know, paying for it later and trying to fix it with community issues and community programs. We can take care of some of this stuff now.
Well, my process of thinking was, where do these children end up, you know, if they don't get it? So that's what I was wondering.
It's better to keep them strong than to replace the broken ones, or we try to rebuild
Thank you.
broken ones.
Yes, sir. Thank you there.
And we have two middle school principals in the back there who probably can tell you some things about just what they see in terms of having support directly in the building versus, you know, having to rely on going outside or some other thing, and how that has probably increased the amount of time that you can spend on the instruction side of academics, because when you're dealing with children in distress, your administrative staff and your support staff are dealing with children in distress, perhaps not attending to the achievement gap the way that we want our building leaders to be instructional leaders. And you know, we want to free up that time so that they can do that and make sure that children are thriving, so.
I'm still struggling with the word contractual services, because I think we used to have in-house, then we outsourced it because the Horizon contract was terminated few years ago. Is that part of the contractual services we have through the outside providers?
Yes, sir. So with our school-based mental health grant, essentially half of that is to increase school-based mental health professionals that we hire, and that's our school social worker, that's our board-certified behavior analyst, that's our registered behavior technicians, and our newly formed positions of restorative clinicians. But then the contractual services, it's essentially, it starts at $750,000 a year, and then it decreases by $50,000 each year over the course of the grant for contractual services. And that's when we have our mental health agencies in our community that are coming in and providing these programs, day treatment-like programs, social emotional behavior support programs that are more on demand and helping students in the classroom and helping them return to the classroom, helping them de-escalate, working through mediation, working through those mental health challenges.
So these day treatment programs, are they funded through their waiver services they get, or they're billed to Lynchburg City Schools?
So day treatment programs are separate from the social emotional behavior support programs. Day treatment programs can only be paid through DMAS or Medicaid funding. And our mental health programs that are from our mental health agencies are a little bit more creative. So the SEBS program, social emotional behavior support programs, those are paid through LCS operational funds, CARES funds, and also the grants that we're solidifying and securing.
And the rules are different, like with the day treatment, there had to be a certain amount of time, if I'm not mistaken, before a kid could be seen, or a certain amount of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
That's what made it a little, and then there were kids who, then they're not ready yet, and tell that to the teacher who feels like this would be good to intervene, whereas you don't have as many of those types of restrictions and can really get in and provide services quicker.
Other questions, I have one more question for Dr. Brown. So how will it affect you working day to day and taking care of our kids, this $2 million cut? I'm sorry I'm putting you on spot, but.
That's fine, that's why I'm here. Signed up for this on purpose. So it would significantly impact how we're operating. We have designed this LCS Restore system, not as a intervention or a program, but as a system to help take care of some of the issues that we're seeing. And I'm not prepared tonight to put out actual facts and numbers, but we do keep an eye on our data, and we're seeing that the needle is moving. It's really encouraging because I think historically and through research, it takes about 3 years to see sustained change and meaningful change, significant change. But we're starting to see that already within a year, half a year. And so, we are making the turn, and we want to continue to sustain that growth and that change. And it's not just impacting mental health, but it's also impacting instruction, because if students are behaving in a more appropriate way and they're able to have the skills that they need to be appropriate with their peers, teachers are able to teach, students feel safer at school, conflicts are less, and climate improves. So we designed it to be an entire system. This is a major part of the system.
Mr. Trost?
And just to follow up, as a perfect segue from my comment, Dr. Brown, is in our staff surveys, the teacher surveys that we've undertaken, one of the issues that they wanted us as a board to address is behavioral issues. And your program, the restorative program, is directly addressing those behavioral issues, not only by giving attention to the child that is misbehaving, but by removing that child from the classroom and giving them that dedicated attention, or her the dedicated attention, the environment of the classroom is far more improved, which makes it a better learning environment, which makes it easier for the staff to do their job. I mean, it's a win-win all around. So just appreciate that, and I think that shouldn't be lost on us as a board, that type of behavioral issue that's being addressed is directly going to impact potential teacher retention, which we've sought to not only improve with salaries, but also with the environment. So I appreciate that work.
Absolutely.
And it certainly also impacts our students' academic performance.
It does. Without a doubt.
And their future.
And in my mind, as the Ad hoc Discipline Policy Committee has wrestled with this, my view is that the one thing we could do that would make the biggest single impact on our students' academic performances if we could resolve all the behavior problems. But it takes dollars to do that. So that's the unfortunate thing that we're looking at here.
I'm still going down the chart here. Underneath, thank you, Dr. Brown, I'm sorry.
And it's easier to build strong boys than repair broken men.
Yes.
Took a while, but I got it.
Here it is. Thank you. The reduction in various software and instructional resources, again, Ms. Pugh had started some of this work before when we were consolidating software and just trying to see like what we're using, and we're continuing to do that. So that you'll see there's some programs that we're looking at to try to, maybe we don't need that one to be as efficient, and maybe we have duplicity in some areas. The increase in health insurance premiums is something else. Again, we have worked to not do that. We just did a little bit of that starting in this January, past January, I guess. But looking at possibly increasing the employee contribution, about $90,000 is, we just tried to ballpark what we thought. Again, not in stone, putting all things on the table, but trying to be transparent about what we're looking at. And then the various position classification reductions is another, and Dr. Wodecker, I'll let you go over that one a little bit more in detail.
Yeah, so essentially, we've taken a look at a number of positions and said, it is classified at a certain level, which gets paid a certain amount, and we would reduce that level based on job responsibilities, and that's what.
So basic, I'm sorry, man.
Go ahead.
So basically, someone's going to be taking a reduction in salary.
In responsibility, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Not a deal, not
No.
what we're advocating for, but.
And I'll hit that in a second. And then the last thing is a projected savings from if we did explore the health insurance, which you have that. That's why we gave you the 2 years' worth of data, so you could see what the claims look like for the various entities. I will say, one of the things that we're experiencing now, having done the previous 2 years of cuts, is you cut the people, but you don't cut the work, right? And so what ends up happening is the people who stay, that work gets redistributed to them. And, in some cases, okay, especially if we have technology that can make it easier, but in other cases, you'll either see decreased services. So while I'm taking on this, I don't have the time to do it the way that that person that was their primary job does. Or, you'll start getting less of it, right? Less services. So it's not like it was when that person was doing it. We still have to do the work, right? We still have the children here, we still have the families to serve, and we still want to do the work at a level of excellence. So it's not even, we're gonna just deliver, low-quality work. That's not us. As we look at this, and we were hesitant to go to the schools, because one of the things, if you deplete the administration services or the outside services, and you deplete the schools, now you're really stripping us down to bare bones, and we just will not be able to have an excellent system when you start to do that. Part of the balance between having a Dr. Brown's office that goes in and works and helps, but Dr. Brown is not teaching a classroom, but there's a need for that service. When we start taking the people out of the mix, the services are gonna deplenish, so. And now I'll get off my soapbox.
Questions for Dr. Edwards?
Dr. Edwards, is it okay? For the previous subject, do you know what the youngest age of a teacher LCS has?
The youngest age of a teacher that we have?
It would be 22-ish, I mean.
Because last time you called.
That's why I use that number.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
started when I
I'm
was
just saying,
21.
that's when you usually graduate college.
Okay, so it's always gonna be the
I
same.
mean, it could be somebody's 21, but.
Okay. How many 90-year-olds do we have? No, I'm just kidding. That's all.
Really?
So, this is preliminary discussion, right? This is, depends.
Explaining the information?
Yeah, explaining the information because you, the public who's watching has seen those numbers, 9.15. So now Dr. Edwards has explained the details of that. Personally, to me, it's just, very difficult to see, especially that number 67 of potential of laying off people. That's not good, not acceptable. We got to do something about, what could we do to mitigate that? I don't know if I'm speaking too much, but that's what, it's just hurting me as I see this number. Yeah, go ahead.
I remember, I don't know how long ago it was, a couple decades ago, at Virginia Tech, when I was a faculty member there, the administration was going through some very painful budget reductions. And I remember an email saying the way we're going to do this is rather than to continue to squeeze every single unit and department in the university, they were going to pick out some to just completely eliminate, to take the pressure off everyone else. And so in particular, they canceled the PhD program in English. No longer could you get a PhD in English from Virginia Tech, where formerly you could. And there are a lot of faculty whose career was based around doing PhD level work. Now, I don't know whether there's anything like that here. Instead of looking at painful reduction after painful reduction after painful reduction, is there one or two items somewhere in what we're doing that would also be painful to let go of, but would take the pressure off all these other things? I don't have anything in particular in mind. I'm just saying there might be a different approach to thinking about this that could save a number of these things.
But the problem I see is the superintendent asks was 42.5 million. And with all her cuts, right?
That was with
the board.
Yeah, with your cut. And there was still a gap of $3.1 million from the base level funding of last year with
Yeah,
all these
yeah.
cuts including. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mhm.
So,
Still a gap. Yeah.
still a gap of $3.1 million on top of all these funding. I call it the administration has suggested or tried to do. So this board has to look, if we end up at a position where we have base level funding, there's $3.1 million
Still
of
something
cut.
to go, still
So,
somewhere to go.
something more to go than, so that's why I said these are preliminary discussions right now, because we don't know where we'll land. And this is not easy, this is the most difficult year for me, at least, as a board member on this board to look at, Mrs. Lowry.
So what we're looking at is your 42.5 million. Is this what we're looking, or is this what we're looking at, the number we sent them after the last meeting?
Oh, all you're looking at is if all of this were to go the way it is about 9.1 million. That
No, what I'm asking is that there was an addition of 10 million our last meeting, but you only proposed the 42.5. Is your 42.5 that you proposed, did that already include all the cuts you needed to make?
Yes, so let me go back and explain why 42.5 versus level funding and everything. So again, my whole career here has been trying to get us up a little by a little by a little, a reasonable amount each year. We've gone down. So each time we go down, trying to get back up is a bigger step and a bigger jump and a bigger jump. So I'm still a fan of, okay, we still have to try to get back up. So the 42.5 was like, we recognized we had a lot of stuff with CARES. We're trying to get back up. We're also trying to be mindful of where the city is in our ask, right, in terms of, but I'm also a steward of what do our kids need? So that's where you had that. That 42.5 includes this sacrifice plus an additional 5 point something that
So
we
that
would have
was
to
already
take.
in here?
Yes.
I see, okay.
And, yeah, you're right, it's 9.15 plus 5.2 will take you to 42.5. But if it's 39.5, then you got another $3.1 million journey to cover.
So, but in submitting the 42.5, we're asking to city council to give us that other 3 million deficit.
Well, we asked
So we can
for
keep it at
47.5.
47, you guys
Yeah.
upped it.
The difference between the 42.5 and the 47 came from three specific things. We were trying to put back in money for LCS Restore, we were trying to put back in money for the Virtual Academy, and we were trying to put back in money for a portion of these reduced positions. So I think the answer to your original question was, this is before we
I know,
propose.
yes. That's
the-
what I'm saying, the
Yeah.
42.5.
Yes, is
I
this.
feel like would probably would have went over better than doing the 47. So if we started with what you had for us, that they might have gone ahead and given us the 3 million. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but I can't speak for what they would have or would not have done. I can speak for what our kids deserve.
Oh, yeah, I know they deserve it. I know they deserve it.
Yeah. And to go back to what our role is as, you know, I'm superintendent, you all are school board, is to really propose the budget for our children. And to do that in a fiscally responsible way. That's not to ask for, you know, I'm not asking for, give me 6 new elementary buildings because my buildings are 70 years old. But, you know, there are things that our kids need, and our kids are, you know, they're beginning to come out of this pandemic with some supports that we've put in place as well.
Dr. Day?
I was just going to say, the issue you raise is the same thing I tried to explain last time. What you're talking about is really a difference of strategy. Should we ask for what we believe we need, even though it's above what we think we can get? Or should we ask only for what we think we can get because we think they will be more responsive to us that way? Well, that's a political gamble, right? And
Politics.
the board has voted to go one way, particular way on that gamble, to ask what we think we need, at least a bare bones version of what we think we need, even though we recognize it's above what we're hearing from the city they're willing to give us.
And we've done both. We've asked for level funding. Nothing. We've asked last year, remember when we were trying to do 1540, 1550, we asked for 47 because we wanted to really get up there. And we've asked for just enough to cover the extra folks whenever we've had the raises that only cover SOQ, so we've covered what the difference is. We've done all of the, over at least the 6 years that I've been here, done all of those strategies, and, you know, there's no magic bullet that says if you do it this way, you will, this is the result that you will get. So.
Dr. Day, you can say something? No? Fine. Any other questions for Dr. Edwards and her team? Mr. Jalil?
I think it's actually good that the city knows consistently that we would need 6 buildings or the other difficulties that we're going through consistently, not just during this budget time. They can see that it's not something that we're bringing up at the last minute, not something that, that they are being surprised with. I'm sure the board members who've been there for a while know these things, but the new ones probably not. And it is important that we do prefer the representation of the students in the education versus the potential needs, possible needs of the city, which we don't have that data. We don't have a lot of the data anyway. So we are just taking by a few words their side of things in the consideration. And that's okay, but we really need to emphasize our side of things. So
Well, and also my other thought process was, in your budget that you built, because we're an academic institution, so all the curriculum and instruction part is first and it's in place, correct? So other things go on top of it.
I'm not sure what you mean by.
So, like if city council says, well, what are you basing your budget on? Well, we make sure our children are well educated, and we want to make sure that we have the curriculum in place. We want to make sure we have the teachers to teach the curriculum in place. We want to make sure, give them line items, say, okay, and we as a school board say, okay, this is our line items, the curriculum, well, the teachers, and the teachers that teach the curriculum, and the aides to help with that, and to pull kids that are struggling with academics. If we're taking care of all the academic piece, and other parts of it come together with it to make it a whole unit, and said, well, this is how much this comes to. But we're academic, this is what we're supposed to do, and this is what it looks like, so this is the amount of money we need. I mean, is that one way we can approach them to say, yeah, this is reasonable. In this day and age that we're living in, this is reasonable if you want our children to do well. Otherwise, who knows what you're gonna get if you just keep taking away and taking away. People start leaving, and so that's what I'm asking. I'm like, if they had a line item of exactly what is in this budget and see how important it is, would they leave the price we give them alone and give it to us?
I think anytime you have the details, that helps, but you also have to have the understanding of the why. So if I look and I see that there are, 3 supervisors, I may say, you don't need 3 supervisors, because I don't understand the why, right? And I can tell you the why if you're open to really understanding why that's important for a child. And we saw that a little bit last year when we, the difference between the instruction budget and the administration budget, which also has attendance and health and all of them in there. And we're like, no, but there are other people in here. It's not a group of administrators that, have fancy titles and don't work, which that's none of us, but there are other, like your attendance clerk, your nursing service, like there are other things that are in there. If we're concerned about attendance, and that's the other part that we don't talk about. We don't talk about the overlap between what's going on in the city and our schools. So for example, and when I first started this job, one of the first things I did was like sit in with all the conversations about poverty and preschool, right? Like, we've got to get our schools on board. So I'm lockstep, like preschool it is, there's where we're going. And Amy and I, we really were like, let's add 1 preschool class every year, not 10, 1, maybe 2. Then we were like, okay, well, 3-year-olds, okay, 1, here we go. Let's just do it slowly in a way that a city can manage that, and not looking greedy like, yeah, we would have loved 10. That would have been great. Let's get all the kids who aren't in pre-K. But we were doing it 1 at a time, and then the focus changed on that. Then it was behavior. Do something about behavior. You all sat here, person after person, coming to school board meetings, talking about student behavior. So what do? We get a very excellent team in here of support for behavior. We start doing things like the LCS Restore. We started with suspension center. Why? Because Derek Brown will say, a child who's been repeatedly suspended is not going to wait till the 16th time to go, I get it now, on my own, while I was home. We have to intervene. So we put those things in place to, 1, keep kids off the street during the day, so we can keep them in school where they're supposed to be, and provide them with the services and give them the skill set to make better choices. So those are things that we started to do. We're hearing attendance now is really a challenge. And if you look at our attendance, you'll see in those transition grades, I believe it's 6th grade, 9th and 10th grade, and kindergarten, and our kindergartners aren't cutting classes, so that's a whole different thing. How do we get our kids to school? So we're focusing on some of those things. I've got people who are sitting on various commissions and things. We got the 40 Ways. We are very involved in that. Of late is CTE, right? Building the businesses, and really you heard conversation about getting our kids employed, getting them credentials. And part of Pi Day, which I have two middle school principals back there, is bringing the teachers to Pi Day to meet with the businesses, the people who are here, to have those ground level conversations about how can you help me in my classroom. So that's another thing that we're working on, that we're doing. We're putting the things in place that also benefit the city, right? Because we're part of the city, we have a responsibility to sell our city so people just look at Lynchburg City and say, this is it, this is the spot. We heard the gentleman say, we moved here, right? We want people to move here. We want to have excellent programs. So those are the things that we're also doing as we work, with hand in hand with the various organizations as well. So it's a big mission. I understand it, but you've got to fund it. There's no other way. You have to invest in your public schools.
Dr. Edwards, the other question I had was on table A, under LCS row, I hope I'm not stealing.
No, go ahead.
LCS row, we know the gap between the claims cost and the premiums paid is about $2.2 million for last year, right? And based on the table below that, we know the gap between the claims cost and the premiums paid is $2.5 million. Means on average, you got about $2.35, $2.4 million of hole there. But in the last table, number G, we are increasing premium by $90,000. I know it's a difficult question I'm asking, but knowing that the gap will be in the range of about 2.2 to 2 point, what do you say?
2 million plus.
2 million plus, increasing premium by $90,000. So it means going into the budget year, we're taking a hit of about $2.2 million. And that $2.2 million could be the mental health services for the LCS. You know what I'm saying? We know that's a consistent hole we have year after year. So what is the plan to patch up that hole? What do we plan to do to make sure that the gap doesn't exist? I know we had ancillary units for 250, but that's not part of that, the bigger hole we have as a division.
Yeah, and I believe when we had our conversation, I don't know if it was last month or in December, when Dr. Wodeka shared some of that data of where we were budgeting for health insurance and how we have to write some things up in there. That is a real conversation that we have to have. Obviously, I can't pass 2.2 or 2.6 million off to the employees. No one would want to do that. But it's another reason why, with an increase in healthcare costs, we can't stay flat. We just cannot stay flat. It is unreasonable to think that with level funding and things going up like that. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying the goal has to be, we have to be committed to saying that we have to grow our revenue support over the next couple years. We're not just fighting for next year's budget. We're fighting for the next 3-4 budgets to say that all of us need to be thinking, okay, if we should be somewhere in the 47s right now to just do what we do right now, how do we get there? And then where would that be in 3 years from now? Because it certainly isn't going to be 47. It certainly isn't going to be 27 either. So those are the things that we need to be talking about and having that advocacy for as we move forward.
Actually, I had.
You go ahead.
So 3 years ago, Dr. Edwards, you remember I said no insurance company will survive with a loss ratio of 130-40%. Normally they take $100 in premium, their payout is maximum $96. That's called a loss ratio, 96%. And so is it time to think about going away from self-funded, I'm just looking at solution.
Time to think.
Said self-funded insurance.
It is time.
Because
It is.
You understand what I'm saying? Because right now, we are at a point where we are dipping in, cutting services from other areas to fund this whole.
Yeah.
And the loss ratios are unsustainable.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's time to evaluate different options. I think there's a number of, and Ms. Jamie's reminded us last week of some state options that might be available, and self-funded programs made a lot of sense years ago, but health insurance costs are just a whole heck of a lot more expensive than they used to be, and so in a system our size, it just may not make sense anymore. We need to really reevaluate that, and we think there's some great options that are state-based. We just need to do the math and see what options are there. But it's going to have to be a significant change.
So would you be able to bring that to finance and facilities? How soon and how?
So we can't probably bring it next week because there also are contractual components. So we have a contract. So we're working through what may be possible there. But that's a key part of what our strategy is right now to take a look at what other options are that would be a significant paradigm change in the way we do business.
So maybe the message is, when you are able to bring us a report from that, I think the board needs to see it.
Absolutely.
Mrs. Lowry, Dr. Carter was before.
No,
you.
yeah. Oh, no, he explained it. I was like, what's so funny? Okay.
For years, we really did not want to increase the cost of the health insurance. And I know that you and Dr. Brennan, and also me, the package that LCS has is awesome, because most people who are even single are paying hundreds for the cost, and here is great. And one thing is, this really kept, I think, a lot of people here because we had the best health coverage cost, especially when our salaries were low. So but it'll be a sticker shock. There'll really have to be some discussion to go from $29 to, oh my day. That would be, yes.
Mrs. Jillian.
Did you guys know that the city of Lynchburg had a online bucket challenge survey of all these different departments and preferences? The education came out on top with over 9,000 decisions for education as you go through the bucket challenge. And guess what? They wiped it off the website. You can go right, I'm looking at it now. I can see the description, an interactive way to provide input on the city's budgeting priorities ahead of the development of the FY 2025 city budget. Every year, the city staff works to develop a balanced budget and so on. Have you ever competed in a basketball bracket during March Madness? And all their choices are put on a scoreboard and tallied. Learn more about the city's budget process and play the challenge game at website, gone. The link, you can see it, and it doesn't go anywhere now. I just saw it a couple weeks ago.
I did that challenge. I voted on it, and
Yeah, me too.
education was at the top.
Yes. So, and guess what? The city is probably not planning to listen to the people in this respect either, because education is by far, it was thousands of votes above
much
the
higher.
second place, right? So is the city going to be accountable for, can the people hold the city accountable to that challenge? I don't know.
But beyond that challenge, what happened was there were $15 million of excess money. $3 million went to amphitheater. The other $12 million were based on any item which got 4 stickies from the city council. And as it was announced in that retreat, LCS didn't get the 4 stickies. And so they picked up the top 8 items, and they allocated their money in, based on what their needs were. So.
That brings up with something else. I would encourage the board to ask for a report on the chairman and vice chairman's and the superintendent's meetings with the city council. They have regular meetings with the city council, and I did not hear about level funding except for in the past meeting that we had here. And that brought that up, but we weren't prepared with that, even that terminology, that knowledge. So I would like reports on these meetings because we don't know what they're thinking unless you do that.
You can call and have any discussion you want.
No.
You're welcome to make a phone call and ask any questions you have. Nobody's stopping you. You cannot, so nobody's stopping you from asking questions. But many of those numbers are thrown there are no formal numbers. So informal discussions, if it's a minute discussion, yes, then there's a formal report out of that. But if there's somebody's informally presenting something, then that's not there's always, whenever there's a budget discussion, there's a formal letter from superintendent to the city, and there's a formal letter from city manager to the superintendent. In between them is all informal discussions.
And I found out after the fact that they only are planning on giving us level funding.
No, those were informal conversation. So when you say they are, go ahead.
So in all the meetings, informal meetings that you've had, level funding was never mentioned?
No, I said there was one meeting.
Just once?
Yes.
You're saying just once,
Just
all the
once,
meetings you had,
yes.
level funding was only mentioned once?
Yes, just once. Dr. Day was there that day, and, but that's an informal number. That's not a formal document saying, we'll be giving you 39.4. Remember, there's 7 people in city council. To approve any funding, you need 4 votes. So if somebody says, I'm gonna give you only $2, that's one person's voice, just like in the school board, I can say, we'll spend $50 million, just 1 out of the 9 school board members. That doesn't stand the muster of majority vote. So anybody can say anything they want in those meetings, but that's not a formal consensus of the body. Does that make sense? So these bodies work on majority vote, and they work on a formal discussion of that number. So informal discussions, you can go to coffee and have any discussion with anybody. They can tell you, I need $47.5 million. You know, so my point is, but those are not formal discussions. So, yes, go ahead, Ms.
We have a joint meeting with the city council. Is that another time that we can, like, tell the whys? Is that another time to do that, or is that for a different purpose?
No, the March meeting is normally for discussing budget.
Okay.
It's a public meeting. Yes, Mr. Chili.
Our table, not complained, but discussed that there really wasn't much time for that interaction because of the rigorous schedule it was put on, the itinerary. And of course, it was good. There was a lot of good information and data, but that came up, that we really weren't able to communicate with one another in the way that you're mentioning. That is ideal. So there has to be an opening for that. But if you have a rigorous schedule, there's no time for it because we are blocked. You know, we can only have that space for so long, I'm sure. So in planning the joint meeting coming up, I would recommend that be a big part of it, because we just don't get time to talk to city council, except for this informal thing you're talking about.
Would you like to be the coordinator of joint meeting?
I have no desire to, but
No, but you are the one who's, right, take over the charge. How about this board can say, Mr. Jalil will be coordinating on behalf of us. I for one will like you to do that, if that's possible, right? That way, all the issues you're pointing out will be taken care of. You know, you resolve it, work with the superintendent, and see what we can do to manage that joint city council meeting. How about that?
so who is my contact person for this scheduling?
Well, because the meeting is in their, like, it's a work session on the city side, it's pretty much run by them. I meet with the city manager, we get input as to how the meeting is going to be run, but it has been that 2-hour window of, there's what we have, so.
So it would be,
And let me just share, we've done different things with different city managers. We did have one year where it wasn't at the Business Alliance, it was actually at Marie Waller, and it was a sit and discuss, and actually, we had questions for y'all to talk to each other. It was run very differently, and that was the previous city managers went with it, so.
But if you like to coordinate, I'll pass on my charge to you.
I don't,
On behalf of the board, if everybody agrees,
I think what he's asking is he wants the format to be
Right.
such that it's more conducive to an
To
interchange.
discussion.
And you felt it wasn't the last time.
But we don't control the
Absolutely wasn't.
agenda. It basically comes out of the city hall. You know, the structure is very well set.
And
Structure also is to avoid or usurp the authority of FOIA, so that people can speak freely in situations like that. Otherwise, as a group, we could all get together as unannounced public meetings. So by having 2 or less people from a public board to meet, they can bypass the requirements of having scheduled and announced meetings. And this is why they have the informal discussions, if you will. So that's why there's no minutes. That's why there's no authority or any sort of public agenda. You have to be there. So that's gonna be on your, it's a bang out session. You and I could get together, have a cup of coffee or tea, and it's not public. It's a private conversation, and that is what they're doing. So if you wanna be involved, you have to be there, but one of them have to not be there. Otherwise, it's gonna be required by FOIA to be announced.
He's talking about the leadership meeting.
Guys, going back
not
to
the-
you guys,
Not the
okay.
joint meeting, yeah.
It's the same thing with joint.
Yeah.
Because that's why you have the mayor and the vice mayor. You can't have another
By
council.
the joint meeting, all of us are there and all of city council
That's
are
the
there.
March meeting.
That's what
It's a
he,
larger-
we mean.
I apologize, I didn't
Yes, I
catch the
did.
transition.
Yeah, so if you guys ever want to switch out with one of us, please let us know. We'll more than likely take your place.
Or you can take this coming on February 23rd, I'll give you my space.
If I'm in town,
Oh, not in town, don't get conditions now.
I have a question.
no, it's true. If I'm in town, I'll do
You
that.
gotta free up the schedule, right? When you take the responsibility, you free up the schedule. 23rd, you take my space, I'll give you my space.
And second,
It's 7:30 in the morning.
okay,
Oh.
great. It is more conducive for the chairman to request this particular scheduling adjustment with the city, I think. I don't think I would be.
As I said, these are very structured meetings. They
Yes.
come out of the city manager's office, right, Dr. Edwards? There's not much flexibility on my
I was
end.
gonna say they're inflexible.
This great idea should be, followed up, and I can call, but that doesn't do, can we have what is it called, a resolution? Can we have a board make a resolution that we would love to have the city adjust the scheduling of the itinerary to allow for this interaction that we're having right now?
Are you talking about the joint meeting? Or are
That's
you
correct.
talking about the leadership?
The joint meeting with city council.
I think that's what they're trying to tell you, it's inflexible.
Dr. Carter.
It's set and that's the way it is.
Close.
Dr. Carter and Dr. Carter, go ahead.
I can just speak to when I was working with, on the leadership committee. Those meetings are purposely set, so there's dialogue, but that's so we can walk out and hold our heads up and show the students that we are civil and that we're working together. So when you hear those comments that they want more dialogue, it's just so they can stand up there and berate us most of the time. That's what the dialogue is. If they're not able to do that, then they'll say they weren't able to discuss. There was discussion going on. There was ample discussion going on at those tables. But what didn't happen is there wasn't the council, some council members weren't able to get up there and just berate us but this is what they do during the budget process. But during those council meetings, we really do try to keep it as civil as possible and to have some structure. But as for Mr. Jalil's question, are those meetings recorded, or not so much recorded, but are there minutes?
Which meeting you're talking about?
Going back now to the joint, no, the
Leadership
leadership meeting.
They are not recorded.
Okay.
They're not, as Mr. DePaul says, they're not covered by FOIA. They're not public meeting. You've been vice chair, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to ask, when, were you finished? Go ahead. You're done?
I'm
Okay.
finished.
When you meet with the city, I forget his name, the time, Mr. Winter? Yes, manager. If they look at the budget, do they ever tell you what you need to cut, or is it always on your choice?
No.
So they don't ever tell and say, go back to the board and say this?
Not the city
Okay.
staff. So
Okay.
we try to work like our counterparts in the
Mhm.
city, and like Ms. Jeannie's works with Ms. Witt,
Mhm.
and we just kind of talk through like idea strategies, what projections might look like, those types of things. But they don't, the city staff does not say, you know, here's what you need to be cutting,
Okay.
blah, blah, blah.
That's what I was curious
If there are things that are going to impact us, obviously, they give us a heads up and just, you know, you need to, this is coming, or, you know, things like roads being closed or elections and those kinds of things. But as far as this, not so much.
Okay.
But obviously, they're gonna take that information back to their counterparts, whatever the conversation is, even though it's, you know, is there any reason why you can't have a more direct conversation and explain, this is the amount of money we need, and this is the reasons why we need them, and we need them because it's ultimately gonna impact not just us and the school system, it's gonna impact the city as well, because if we can't get people in the city, or people are quitting all their jobs because they don't want to move out of Lynchburg, that's going to impact you too. We're in this together. We're not, you know, we're not fighting tooth and nail.
We have those conversations. So if
Okay.
you remember last year, we were going for 1550, and we recommended 57. And I do believe that, remember, there's a part where the city manager also recommends. He recommended, I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 million extra dollars. That was his recommendation, based on, of course, he's, like I am, juggling his priorities and his marching orders in terms of what are the city priority. But even in that, he's figuring out how to do that. So yes, we have those conversations, and we talk, and we look at things, and, you know, he gives me his perspective on things right now. One of those things being the tax cut to the 89 cent is obviously something that he discusses with me quite often, because that changed the dynamic for him. But in terms of that, yes. So I recommend a budget, the board comes in, he recommends a budget, the city comes in, and then ultimately everybody gets in there and does that. So, yeah. Which is why when I said we were doing a stepwise thing, like, we never wanted to just come to the city and just shock them and be like, you want what? You know, it was always like, this is what we're planning, and we're forecasting and next year. So for example, this one where it was the 5% and the 5%, we're like, okay, this is what it is this year, but unlike other years where we could spread that over the biennium, there's gonna be another 5 next year, so this is what we're potentially looking at. So we have those conversations.
We are planning, I saw the plan up there, to potentially cut 100 employees, correct? It was on the list. Do you know that the city is equal to the task and is planning on cutting to make up their budget 100 or so employees?
To make up their budget, or?
Have they indicated in your talks that they have made as deep cuts as well?
I don't think they've said anything about what their.
They don't.
So why would we
They don't
take it
answer
to face value? Their level funding is legitimate. I mean, it is the volition and the purpose of them to protect themselves, of course. And it should be so much more clear that we need to ask. You know, there's a saying that 10x is easier than 2x. You know, those incremental steps serve a purpose, but we have needs. And LCS is a big part, as is testified just now, LCS Restore, of our school system.
So what will happen is, in this process, was it March or April we go in front of the city council, Dr. Edwards?
It depends. Sometimes we've gone as early as February. They'll call us in
So,
for questions.
Maybe, if you like to champion, Dr. Edwards and I will be taking the, for lack of word, bullets at that time for the ask. Any board member, I'll be willingly, very eagerly be able to relinquish at that time, because we'll have to defend that ask we have for the city council at that time. So all those needs and wants, and the things we have to explain to them why are we asking for that. And this is an open forum in front of public. They'll be asking questions on that. So that $47.5 million ask we had, we have to go defend that ask in that council meeting. And I'll be more than happy to give it to anybody who wants to be in my place.
So I
Mr.
need-
Andrews is looking at me.
Do I need a special vest or something to?
I'm not talking about in those terminology. What I'm saying is, it's easy to point fingers, but it's tough to live
Yes.
life, and.
I agree.
I can wake up in the middle of the night and criticize everything around me. And, but it's not easy to navigate the ship which she has to navigate on a day-to-day basis.
I agree. And it would help us in our discussions before the city joint meeting to know that they're making as deep cuts and as deep efforts as we are to balance the budget on their side.
And I think, Mr. Julie, your comments are all, you're right. I think the audience is the wrong audience. Those comments, and I think this is what Dr. Gupta is saying, what you're saying needs to be addressed to city council. And I think the public needs to understand that, because I think the public thinks that we have our own control of the purse strings,
Yeah.
generally speaking, generally the public. So the public doesn't understand, that it's city council that is imposing upon us some basically constricting fiscal policy that, whether it's Save T.C. Miller, whether it's, Save Sandusky. This board, if we had unlimited funds, of course, I'd want T.C. Miller, I'd want Sandusky, I'd want a new Sandusky. So all of that energy and focus, including what your comments are, really needs to be focused across the street to the city council members who controls our funding. And for city council to come back at us and say, you are gonna live, formally or informally, on level funding, given inflation alone, don't even think about anything, just inflation alone is really a little bit, it's not only short-sighted, I would say it's ridiculous. But that's what they're asking us to do. So I put this at city council's feet. And that is the reason I wanted to go ahead and say, let's ask for the 47 million. Because the 47 million is really what I think is a baseline number for us to deliver the types of education that we all want to deliver, that our students, that our parents, and that our city deserves. So that's why I felt going back at the 47 million. Because at the end of the day, when city council says, no, you're gonna deal with 37 million or whatever the number is gonna be, I'm gonna go to the Mischens of the city council, the Ferralis of the city council, the Helgelsons of the city council, and say those are the people that bear the brunt of this issue. And God help them when re-election time comes, because I'm gonna be calling everyone out. I don't wanna be on, be in public service. My wife has already said, no, no, no. I am this close to saying, I'm tired of this mess. And when I get tired of something, I have to get involved. But those people, when it comes to the end of the day, are going to be the ones responsible for the degradation of our city school system. And no one else's feet it rests at. We're here trying to do the best we can with limited funds.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm going to get off my soapbox.
You understand?
But I'm fired up. And I'm a conservative. I sound like a liberal, I guess. I'm a conservative saying this stuff.
I think they've got a sign for you out there.
Yeah, I guess they do. But, we have to invest in our children. One of the only way I see out of a cyclical poverty issue that we are in this city is to educate our youth. And if you educate our youth, you also take care of behavioral issues, you take care of crime issues, all the issues that a lot of our citizens complain about can be solved. It may be, obviously it's a generalization, with a better educated youth. And we're shortchanging our youth with the trail that we're going down that is being imposed upon us by city council. I mean, I know other people agree with me on this, but I'll say it because I'm to the wit's end. And if I have to start getting on WLNI and have to start getting on the talk shows and get on WSET, there will come a point where I'm going to start doing that. I don't want to go there yet. You guys have much better voices on the radio show than I do. But, I mean, we're to the point where I'm getting tired of it. And I think we're all, I mean, I know other people feel that way. And again, I'm a conservative saying this. But there's got to be a middle ground where we all can arrive and end up. And it's really for the children. That's why I'm here. That's why everybody's here, I believe. So,
Dr. Day.
sorry.
I was just going to say, if you're interested in what city council's budget deliberations are, all their finance committee meetings are public open meetings too. You're welcome to go.
Yeah, 4:30 on Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's the process, understanding of process is important. These bodies work under some very strict processes where they know very structured environment. And within that structured environment, this school board doesn't have much flexibility in terms of how to navigate that. It doesn't. We have to work within the very strict bounds. And so.
But at the city council joint meeting, we can tell them our whys of what are on the list of things that we do want, and we feel like that's the time to talk to them about this, correct?
So, yeah, one thing we can do, and we've tried to do last year, was to reduce the time for presentations.
Oh, that's why I was wondering, how much time do we have? So probably not.
And I'll just address that, because the city council joint meeting, my takeaway from that, don't expect much, okay? It is not the back and forth dialogue that it should be. So if you're planning on addressing issues at the city council meeting, joint meeting, you need to figure another avenue to do it. And again, I invest 2 hours of my time in that meeting. Yeah, and I
So what do we
value
do?
my time, and I think that's very, very small return on my 2 hours of time.
So what do we go, sit there and just listen to what they tell us about the budget?
I like to talk, and I think I got maybe not a lot of time. But it's, you got a lot of people in a room, and it's 2 hours, and you divvy it up in presentation and stuff like that.
It's tough.
It's not, yeah.
I think we got enough discussion on budget, so any other questions? Mr. Jalil, I think we had enough. Your questions you got, I think as Mr. Tross said, more appropriate for across the street than the school board.
As well as all the citizenry that's come out and with the signs, they have got to understand you're gonna have to go across the street. We do not have the purse strings.
All right, I'll move on to item.
I was trying to get your
The
attention.
floor is now gone. You presented enough. So move on to item M1, which is board comments. We'll start with Mrs. Lally.
You'll have a chance to make a board.
We're gonna take during the board comment.
I can't make a motion during the board comment.
So
Can I?
you cannot. The motion is before the agenda, right? Parliamentarian, Mr. Parliamentarian.
I don't know of any rule that, as long as there's not another motion on the floor, a member can make a
Would
new
you like to
motion.
make a motion before board comment?
Before board comments?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that we send a letter from LCS to City Council specifically stating that we want 50% of the joint LCS City Council meeting to be open discussion. That's it.
So there's a motion on the floor.
I know, there's a
Looking for a
second.
second? I'll second that.
Discussion.
Now you-
Discussion.
I'll wait.
Dr. Carter,
When do you all have the next leadership?
23rd of February.
Okay, so that's before our joint.
Yeah,
Okay, so at that time, you all can propose that if we say yes,
Yeah.
that you all can propose, you want.
His motion calls for an actual official letter.
Right.
official letter.
Okay,
So it
but-
goes to the city manager and I, and
We
to
can
the
do
to the
both.
mayor.
We can do both.
It would be okay for them to present that?
Yes.
Instead
But
of a
that
letter?
motion is now on the floor. The motion is to write a formal letter to the city.
Simple sentence.
It's not for, motion is to write a formal letter to the city.
I would like to propose an amendment to the motion.
Yes.
That Mr. Jalil writes the letter.
Okay.
So that says exactly what he wants it to say.
I second that motion.
Okay, so now on the floor is the amendment.
Mr. Jalil will write the letter to the city explaining that what do we need, right? That's any discussion on the amended motion? Dr. Carter?
Would you be agreeable for them to, for the chair and vice chair to bring that up at the meeting? Because generally, when they set the agenda, they can do that at that meeting, to do the dialogue.
Those are, as I said,
Rather than a
Mr.
letter?
Paul said.
Yeah, rather than the letter.
These are
Would you-
informal, those are informal conversations.
It's more,
There's a motion on the table now, substitute motion on the table. It's seconded. So any other discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the substitute motion?
Just out of curiosity, just for rule's sake, does the letter still have to come from the chair?
I know, but he made a motion to, because I don't know what this letter is asking for, honestly. It's made at last minute without any discussion, right? There's no pre-warning that somebody's going to make a motion. It comes out of the blue. So the person who's making the motion knows more better about it than at least me. You know what I'm saying? So you cannot put me on spot and run with it. So there's a substitute motion on the floor. And Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Jalil?
yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Trost?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes?
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
No.
Mrs. Preston?
No.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries 7
Aye.
to 0.
Do you need a letter?
So now the motion on the floor is that Mr. Jalil will write a letter to city council expressing what he wants to express.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Well, is there discussion?
Is there discussion?
I write it and I will present it to you, and it's sent from LCS to the school board, not me directly to the council.
Well, so there's an issue. Is this a letter from you, or is it a letter from the school
Letter
board
from the
drafted
school
by
board-
you?
no, yeah, a letter from the school board drafted by me, approved by,
You want the whole board to look at the letter?
can we do this between meetings so that we don't have to wait until the next meeting for it to be done? If we can all approve, I like this, I don't like this, here's the edit, and then just approve it through the emails, or no? I can send,
I think this takes another amendment to the motion, because the motion is unclear on this.
We'll be here till midnight doing these amendments.
Yes, I know.
You know.
I know, but he's entitled to make this
This is
motion.
procedural.
Yep. So do you want to suggest amending the motion to clarify that point?
yes, because it's only safe if I make a grammar error or something that just, and it won't be very long. I mean, that's basically it, right? We're asking
So
for
you-
50%
so
open
your-
discussion.
Your proposal is to amend the motion to make it clear that you will draft a letter which will come to the board for its approval first, before it goes out.
How about we just do that for LCS so it can be quicker? So the superintendent and the other superintendents, so they can, just like with they had to approve the version of the Constitution, right? It wasn't our deal. We just approved that it would be done. So we're just approving that the letter goes out from LCS to them that I draft, but they're approving that, oh, this letter's kosher, or they'll send it back to me if it's not good enough.
Well,
It's simple.
If that's the interpretation of your motion, I'm going to argue against the motion, because I don't think a letter should go from the board that the board has not had a chance to review in advance.
Man,
Yeah.
it may be just cleaner and easier if you just draft it over your signature. You don't need our approval. It's over your signature as a school board member, and it's done. It may not carry the same weight that the whole board will, but I think it gets the point across. And then you don't have to you approve it yourself. It's over your signature. You do whatever you want.
Well, yes, I could do whatever, I could do that with or without.
I say do it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, well, we were kind of in agreement that it's more more official if it comes from the board. So it would have to go back to the board, yes, if you want me to. Or I can just do it right now while we're talking.
But there is,
Are we still discussing this?
Yes.
his motion is still on.
All right, so I'm discussing what, he just wants on the agenda to have 50% of it dialogue. When we were doing these leadership meetings, when there was an agenda item, we could just say that. So that can't be done now.
Agenda for 23rd is already set. It's being
Oh.
gone back and forth.
Oh, so that's, well, that's, we don't need to discuss this
Yeah,
then.
so, but if somebody wants to send a letter, they're more
The
than
motion is for him to write a
a
letter.
letter.
On behalf of the school board, that we ask for 50% of the joint meeting with city council to simply be open discussion.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Trost?
I'll clarification on what I'm voting on at this point. We are voting on the motion that he sends the letter over his signature.
The motion is not specific about who's signing the letter.
Yes, it is. He's signing.
Yes, he's saying.
He's gonna sign it?
Yeah.
He signed, oh, it's
That's
over
the way
his
we're gonna
signature.
do it. So if we agree, that's the
It's his letter, he
Yes,
wants to write it, when I hear someone say, I wanna write the letter, to
Right.
me, it means over your signature.
Yeah, that's what my understanding is.
So, that's what we're voting on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll vote, yes.
Wait, what did you say, over your signature?
No.
Over his
his.
signature,
Wheels.
over his signature. When, if I just explain my interpretation, when I hear someone say, I want to write the letter, to me, that means the I is the one who's gonna sign the letter over their signature.
Go ahead. What's your vote?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
I'm gonna vote no.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
No.
Mrs. Preston?
Abstain.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Ms. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. We'll move on to board comments. Mrs. Lowry?
I loved how the student reps and everything they said. I thought that was really wonderful. And I was thinking it would be really cool if the school board could be on all the newsletters so we can not miss like a lot of the things, some of those things we saw. It's like, wow, I didn't even know that was going on. So maybe it would be good if we were on their newsletter when it went out to their parents, that our emails were part of it.
I'm on.
We
I'm
are,
on.
we
Husky. I'm on.
Yeah,
But I'm not on all of them. I'm only like on 2. You see what I'm saying? So, or I guess maybe we ask that individually. I don't know. But I thought that might be a good idea. And I also visited EC Glass. I looked at, visited the library and the math classes, and wow, the overlap of their learning was so great and wonderful. So it was a really good visit. Mrs. Badger took me around, did a nice job. I met Ms. Harvey, talked to Dr. Rule, so it was really good. This semester, my plan is to go and visit all the middle and high schools. So, and just look at different departments, be visible, so it was a good visit.
Mr. DePaul?
So many things.
Yeah.
I'm going to be putting them together, but no comment at this point.
Hey, Mrs. Preston?
At some point, somebody said that we're fighting for Lynchburg City Schools, but we're also fighting for our future. And I think that's critical that we know that, and that we make sure that other people know that as well. Because I think we kind of all get in our own little pockets, and I'm concerned about the school board, and somebody else is concerned about the city. But the truth of the matter is, it's all one unit. And if we don't realize that and look out for each other, we're all going to hell in a handbasket, as they say.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll fall apart.
Just,
Dr. Carter?
yes, tonight, it was just amazing to see how all the principals that were here, they have such strong voices. None of them needed a mic. Just wanted to say that. And just to give them a shout out for I missed the Principals Week, just for all the things that they've done. And just been following some of the Senate bills that are en route or on their way. And one is just interesting, possibility of House Bill 498, that this is going to be a new thing for the schools to do, is a parental notification of safe firearms in storage. That's going to be on the schools to do, if it's passed, that within 30 days of students coming, there has to be a text or some type of alert to parents that they need to make sure that they're properly storing their weapons. Isn't that interesting? The other one is the fact that now that, that there's another bill, now why is, that they want now for, instead of students going directly to being suspended or expelled, there should be an option, there should be at least an intervention of restorative justice. Now, that's great. And also one bill that teachers should have at least 30 minutes of uninterrupted time for lunch. So those two haven't finished yet. And that other bill was House Bill 586 regarding before suspension or expulsion must have at least one restorative justice intervention. Which we have.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have that right.
Dr. Day?
Yeah, we do have that. So that's good.
Dr. Day?
There are others.
I guess I would just like board members to take seriously the suggestion I made earlier, that if we can identify one aspect of what we do that we could eliminate and spare the strangulation of all the other programs, that we really ought to, that's, I think, a better way to proceed if we can identify one. Now, I mean, I could throw ideas out, none of which would probably be practical, but I'm just asking that we contemplate that. Is there an opportunity to do that? Is there a sacred cow in our operation somewhere that we would all find painful to get rid of? But losing it would be preferable to the damage we're doing across the board to all these different programs. I'm just suggesting you think about that.
Strauss.
I probably said enough. But I do want to give a shout out to the children. I mean, you talk about, that is the reason you get fired up on this school board,
Yes, sir.
is those children that come here
Yep.
and express themselves, and the young people that get up and speak in front of an audience like that. That's the reason we're here, it's the reason I'm here, and that's the reason, I guess we gotta take our fight across the street. So, and Mr. Julia's gonna lead the way. Thank you, appreciate you guys.
Mr. Andrews?
To give a shout out to my friends in the back, Carly Schaefer and Carla Jones. They always here fighting the good fight for TC Miller. And then I want to give a shout out to my daughter Alea again. I love that girl, man. She is going to be going
That's
to
great.
big places and doing things. So yeah, that's
And
it.
she learned everything in first grade.
She did. She really. She was her teacher, so I'm proud of her.
cool.
So yeah. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Angelil?
First, I'd like to thank all the students and the adults who prepared and provided all of these items for us. It was very nice, good materials, these gifts and treats.
Yes, very.
Thank you so much. Very good. I'd like to remind Dr. Woodica that he's going to present to us the differences between the functions 1100 to 1400 and Ms. Jamie's other line item details. Last week, I took a tour of CTE at our schools. Tremendous experience, loved it. We are on the right track, emphasizing this subject, this venue for LCS to go forward into. CTE is delivered at comprehensive and CTE-dedicated high schools, magnet schools, area technical centers, community technical colleges, and some four-year universities, hopefully soon in our middle schools and maybe even elementary schools, so very good job there. 49% of jobs in Virginia require skills training, more education than high school, but less than a four-year degree. And 41% of Virginia workers are trained at this level, so it's a very important thing. I got to see health sciences, hospitality, tourism, budget, business management, education, training, law, public safety, corrections, security, information technology, marketing, manufacturing, and these kids are taken to regional competitions, New York and Florida, different places. It's tremendous what these kids get to see and do because they are gaining a skill they can use immediately after high school, but sometimes within the last couple years of their schooling. So it's just a tremendous thing to see. There is a career fair, March 27th, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. at EC Glass. More information, contact Robbie Dooley, but he's trying to get many more businesses to come to this career fair. If we can get more businesses, there's more opportunities for these students. So let's emphasize the March 27th career fair if we can. And recently, on January 21st, Hope for the Future conducted a mental health program at one of our schools, R.S. Payne Elementary. And we talked about mental health in the previous board meeting, and it came along a very good time frame. They had music, they had little skits, they had poetry, panel discussions on mental health, more music, and more skits. They had testimonies, and it was tremendous. There was upwards of 100 people there, 80 to 100 or so. And Dora Purvis, who we mentioned earlier, is on the board of directors, and she's actually asking for a one-time reduction of the $800 fee that they were charged for holding it. It is aligned with our purposes, so if we could do that, I'd like to bring it up. And it was just a good experience overall. I saw on the agenda here the comprehensive plan. There's nothing there. I would encourage the board to take that by the reins. The comprehensive plan is something that we can really get a hold of and make customized for us in our vision, our mission, our values for LCS for this next season. I'll work more on what my idea is for that and just share that with you later. But part of that is I heard that it would be good for school boards to have themes for the year. So we didn't talk about having a theme for 2024, but a theme for 2024 would be fantastic. And we would have our vision, mission, values to inform that theme. I haven't come up with one, but I'd like us to consider that soon. LCS has a mandate to protect children from ideas separating them from their parents. Oh, this is another subject. Parents hand their children into the hand of teachers and LCS administration, and they really don't know them, but they trust that administrators vet one another, teachers vet one another, administration vets teachers, and not lets children fall into danger. So I just want to encourage the administration to continue to be vigilant and I would ask them, what are you looking for in a teacher? We're all on the line when we choose. So let's not get pressed into hiring the wrong person because we are having budget shortfalls. Have you ever seen a bad resume? What does a children-first employee look like? Please ask atypical questions so we can hire the best. I desire that teacher planning times are protected and expanded if possible. I mean, that's just a great thing, I think, that we could help to retain teacher interest in LCS. I fully support the change from the AB block format to 7-period class days. I recommend LCS consider giving teachers 1 or 2 workdays off between January school start date and the spring break because of the long stretch in between. And I do prefer the full day instead of the half days because of the situations that were mentioned earlier. I think that's something that we can really make an impact with teacher retention as well. Let us not forget that we are called to this work to help children. It's very, very important. Also, the VA Superintendent of Public Instruction sent something to us. I'd like to briefly read part of it. It says, as you know, so this is Dr. Lisa Coons. She says, as you know, the Virginia Department of Education issued the final model policies on ensuring privacy, dignity, and respect for all students and parents in Virginia's public schools on July 18, 2023. In accordance with Code of Virginia 22-1-23.3, since this guidance was finalized, the department has received several inquiries regarding school boards' obligations to adopt model policies consistent with those issued by the department. As noted by former Superintendent of Public Instruction James F. Lane in Superintendent's Memo Number 202-21 from July 30th, 2021, the requirement that local school boards adopt policies consistent with those issued by the department is codified in statute and therefore the law of the land. Like all other statutory mandates, the General Assembly requires school boards to obey. Local school boards must comply with this directive in order to be in compliance with state law. Local school boards that elect not to adopt policies consistent with those released by the department for the upcoming school year assume all legal responsibility for noncompliance. The Code of Virginia 22.1-87 provides that any parent, custodian, or legal guardian of a pupil attending the public schools in a school division who is aggrieved by an action of the school board may, within 30 days after such action, petition the circuit court having jurisdiction in the school division to review the action of the school board. Local school boards should consider the potential costs of civil litigation or other associated liabilities to evaluate the consequences of their actions. I read that so everyone knows what we're facing.
Dude, there's a time limit.
Yeah.
I love you, brother, but you are going too long.
Oh, I do know. Okay, lastly, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Nelson Mandela. Education's purpose is to replace an empty mind with an open one. Malcolm Forbes. Education is the key to unlock the golden door of freedom. George Washington Carver. The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. Martin Luther King Jr.
That's good.
Dr. Edwards.
Okay, well,
You get one more cup.
I'm good.
oh, all right, I'm just gonna say, well, thank you for kicking off Black History Month with quotes from some prominent folks. I'm gonna go with that. We didn't have a board meeting in between Virginia Principal Appreciation Week, and that was January 14th to the 20th, and we have the most amazing principals, so as much love as you can continue to give them. They were here tonight, and no, they don't need a microphone because they're amazing principals. Quick thank you to Senator Kane, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, and NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy, and our hometown astronaut Leland Melvin for visiting HES and hanging out with the students and giving what I like to call student-friendly talks. It was really, really great to just talk about aerospace and things. Shout out to my 2 high school theater programs. Got a sneak peek of Trial of Igor before they performed at the Academy, and of course went to see the shadow performance of Silent Sky, and oh my goodness, just our kids are super talented. I mean, at one point I forgot I was at a high school show, so that's kudos to them, and everybody worked so well with that. Definitely nice. Big thank you to Dr. Wodeka, Mrs. Pugh, Austin Journey, and the entire team for putting together State of LCS. This is one of those ones where I was like, stepping back. And they delivered, so very appreciative of their hard work, and the whole entire team, panel, everything for that. Just a thank you to, there's a whole bunch of things that are happening this month in addition to it being Black History Month, and we will have the Unity Walk on February 17th, so come on out and celebrate 5th and Federal, 10:45 a.m. Saturday. Our kids will be out there performing, as well as community leaders for unity in our community. It's CTE month, so kudos to Robbie Dooley and our fantastic CTE program and team. They are rocking it right now, and you heard some comments about that. It is also School Board Appreciation Month, and I'd like to thank all of you for your service, as well as, and our kiddos who put together all this wonderful stuff, and they do it on their own, and they're so creative, and I hope you enjoy looking at the notes. Mine happens to say, I love you, so Tanea, yes, I needed that tonight, so thank you for that. And then it's National School Counseling Week is also going on right now, and those are some hardworking folks who work tirelessly. And February 15th is National SRO Appreciation Day. That's going to fall in between as well. So just kudos to all the folks that are doing the things.
Thank you. And all these committees which are coming forward, the parliamentarian tells me I don't need to announce? Oh,
I think people can.
Discipline Committee meeting, February 30, work session is on February 20th, joint city council meeting is on March 26th, public budget hearing is on Tuesday, March 19th, between 5 and 6 p.m. Thank you very much, we are adjourned.